I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading, the list as always is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today before we begin. Our first giveaway is we will be doing a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're trying to participate in that contest. The other giveaway we'll be doing is we'll be doing a reading giveaway when we get to 50K. So make sure that you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. But first and foremost, one of the most important things we're going to talk about right now is how are you guys doing? How are you feeling? I'm going to describe it. I feel like the best way I can kind of talk about this energy right now is heart opening. Mars is in Leo. And I want to stress this. I feel that Mars moving into Leo is a lot of the work that we've been seeing as it relates to culmination of lessons, particularly in the space of warrior energy. Why are we talking about that? I want to bring you back, okay? For us to talk a bit about what we're experiencing right now with the Mars energy, I want to bring you back just a bit of time ago to the start of the year. And you will recall that when we began the start of the year, there was an absolute deficiency in Mars energy. We had a Mars retrograde, and we had all the planets hanging out in Pisces. And it stayed like that for quite a portion of time. You will recall we had a few months. And here's the thing about it. It's the Piscean energy is beautiful as it relates to the space of dreams, right? Like Pisces looks at the dream space as a playground. It allows for a lot of creativity. It allows for a lot of inspiration. But with the lack of Mars energy there, with Mars being the retrograde for as long as we had it there was also a lot of potentiality as it relates to having to confront fear, right? Working through the context of navigating and addressing the things that we feel that create those points of anxiety within us. And that's why we saw that for a lot of the work that we experienced during that Mars retrograde cycle, we were having a lot of messages that were coming through in relationality to the difference between confidence and courage, right? And how often confidence and courage, they look very similar, but they're and this is why it was coming through in terms of confidence and courage being cousins, because they look very similar, but they're never in the same place at the same time. Why? Because when you feel sure about something, when you've got absolute confidence in something, it doesn't require courage. There's no reason to have any courage, because it's a confidence itself creates its own. It creates its own like position in terms of the centering of the self. Courage is what we do as we navigate uncertainty. Right? It's working through the pathwork of intention of the self, working through the adaptability or the bravery that we find ourselves, like we build in ourselves to be able to face and to navigate uncertainty. And that's the thing about it. And here's the thing, sometimes when you're in too much of a space of confidence, it doesn't create a space of being able to recognize and identify courage. But that's why we saw that a lot of the conversations that may have been occurring over the last few months, a lot of that work in terms of addressing the inner self, it's been working in this territory. It's been having to navigate through this. And One of the things we also saw was as soon as that Mars retrograde ended, we had all these planets that started to push up into Aries. So suddenly, and again, this is also very important. The difference and the thing with the Aries energy is, and those with Aries, those those with Aries placements will agree with me when I say that Aries energy recognizes that they can be a lot. Okay. Like, when you're feeling a lot of Aries energy, it can be a lot. But being able to navigate one's own muchness, like it brings you into a space of Libra because you're able to navigate one's own muchness with a sense of proportionality. Um, so that work, then we then kind of shifted out of having to recognize the difference between confidence and courage, and more to recognize the difference between hostility and passion, right? And this is interesting because this is a continuation of that lesson, because when we are not working on building into the context of learning and understanding courage, we become very energetically hostile. Why do we become hostile? Because hostility is fear in disguise, right? Hostility is fear wearing a frightening mask, if you will, right? And so when we are feeling energetically hostile about things, this is why we've talked a lot about the work of being able to navigate and to recognize what those feelings of energetic aversion are. Because, and this is the important thing, right? It's not the fact. And I think that this is the most important thing, you know, the quality of moving towards a certain energetic feeling, right? It's not that one is negative or positive. It's about understanding that everything that we feel is a gift and being able to recognize what we can bring to situations that feel like they create that context of adaptability, that create that context of being able to address something in a way that allows for productivity to be reached. It's a lot of that work about navigating the self in the same way. And this work isn't easy. We've been talking about this extremely, extremely heavily because for a lot of this work that we experience, and I want to describe this, especially with the work that we saw during this eclipse cycle, right? The energy that we identified about Mercury and the work that we saw between Mercury and Venus that had moved up into Aries and then pulled back into Pisces. What we may have been experiencing over that cycle was experiencing things that felt like they were triggering us or bringing us back into the reminder or the memory of the past, because we talked a lot about the fact that the Neptune energy is often having to deal with the space of memory. It has to deal with the space of being able to recognize and look at the past. But what was really beautiful, I know how difficult it was. I know you're probably like hearing me say what was beautiful about the eclipse, because the eclipse was very difficult. But the elegance that we saw in Mercury and Venus pulling back behind Neptune and then effectively waking up behind Neptune was doing the work of being able to look at the past through a different optics. And this is the gift that we have. This is the gift that we create in the context of understanding the self. Because when we're able to look at the past in a different way, right? It allows us to appreciate and understand how far we've come. But that's why I see even now, and this is why I keep on calling, like I keep on calling some of this Mars and Leo energy Braveheart energy. And this is why I keep on describing it as a heart opening. Because when we are able to navigate the fear, when we are able to navigate our fear, like through our fear and show up, right? This is a lot of that work that we understand brings us into the recognition and understanding of who we find ourselves to be. And it's not easy, right? I like always whenever I describe heart opening, I always like want to do like the Superman, because that's what we see with like the Superman symbol, like that figure, right? Because it takes a lot to do that, right? It takes a lot to reveal who we are. It takes a lot to become the person that we desire to step into. But that's why we talk about the fact you don't just shuffle into a heart opening, right? You have to navigate through your own fear, because often, and this is what we see in that, the act of opening one's heart is also a space of articulating and revealing the inner self or the true self. So I feel like there's a lot of this, like there's potentially a lot of this work that's occurring right now as it relates to articulating upon the energetic meaning that things have and why something is energetically important. But what's beautiful about that is when we articulate upon why something is important, but we don't come to the table holding hostility, right? When we don't come to the table working in that context of frustration, but working through it, understanding that it's there, right? Confronting our own fear, that's when we're able to make some real energetic impact. And that's where we're able to make some real change. And we're seeing this a lot right now for across all the frequencies. Now, for the energy and separation, it's interesting because I was talking about how the last energetic cycle that we were just, and I feel like we just started closing. I feel like we closed this last partnership cycle pretty much at the same time that we saw Mercury and Venus advancing back into Aries, because that was all chariot relationship. It was understanding the importance and significance of a solid foundation, right? And a lot of that sense of building stability in the self that creates the building blocks for being able to build a healthy energetic partnership. This is feeling like magician energy coming into the partnership cycles. But what's beautiful about this magician energy that I'm seeing is because everything is on the table. Everything is on the table. It's like it's a big messy table. If you look at that, and this is why I like, to a certain extent, and we talk about that in the tarot class I teach around the magician. There's a, it's like, in order to recognize, it's like building block energy, right? It's like trying to put something together by understanding everything that you have, right? And so there's something beautiful that I'm seeing that's happening right now in some of these partnerships as it relates to hashing things out, right? Because the reason you're able to hash something by putting it on the table. So this is a lot of energy that's in separation that are healing from relationships that were more based upon inspiration. Because we saw that one of the understandings that was happening in the past cycle was, as those energies were building into chariot, seeing what committed energetic consistency feels like, it provided clarity as to relationships that were built more on inspiration, which feel like they're burst. It's often hard to articulate what's wrong in a burst relationship, because it's not that there's anything there that isn't wrong, but the consistency is the fact that it's missing. And that's why we're getting the message that sometimes something good but inconsistent is worse than something's just wrong all the time. Because when something's good but inconsistent, it keeps you in a constant vibration of anxiety and fear, waiting for it to come back. So that's why we see that for a lot of the energy right now, healing from relationships where they felt like airing frustration made someone leave. This is a lot of the energy right now, embracing their authenticity in partnership. And that doesn't mean that they're like being their worst version of self, but that's the energy that almost says that the energetic counterpart is such that being able to articulate upon how one feels, right? Being able to be in the authenticity of the self. It's understanding that our authenticity is an act of energetic protection, because if something about being authentically ourselves moves someone away from us, that's an energetic blessing. It's like, because if not, you have to enter into relationship cycles that make you feel like you have to perform the act of the self instead of being in the vibration of authenticity. So we just see that for a lot of the energy in that modality, it's interesting because I keep on hearing energy that's hashing or arguing as they come into partnership, and energy around them saying, how long have you known each other? And people are like, we just met, because that's the energy that feels the confidence in themselves, and they're encountering counterpart in the same vibration. While for masculine and feminine coming into divine union, I just see a lot of that is now a lot of the chariot energy that's moving deeper into divine union. And what is this energy saying right now? I see a lot of that focus, or a lot of that articulation of appreciation, because this is a lot of the energy that says to one another as they move deeper into connection, thank you. And what's the energy saying? I'm not doing anything. And the energy is going, exactly. because Because when you're in chariot relationship, what are you seeking? What is your priority? A smooth foundation, the ground beneath the feet. And this is the energy that's not saying to one another, you're the wind beneath my wings. You're saying the ground beneath my feet. Because when we find the stability of healthy partnership that doesn't make us have to perseverate constantly over it, when we feel that stabilization point, it allows us to flourish. It allows us to grow. So I see a lot of that energy moving into Hermit energy. Energy deep within divine union right now, there's a lot of frustration that's being worked through. This feels like a lot of, I feel like a lot of this work that we're seeing here is just, it's working through consistency, it's working through perseverance, it's identifying and recognizing, and I feel like, again, it's interesting too, because it was Taurus into Gemini. I feel like now it's almost Gemini into Cancer, because it's saying to me that it's not about, like, a lot of that space of being very, like, it's working through, I keep on seeing, recognizing and understanding lessons on when to be hard or when to be soft, right? Like when to address something with, like, the ability to identify and regulate is often articulated in not necessarily taking the same vibration in everything. It's looking at a situation and understanding what is needed in the context of that. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of this energy, the conversation between counterparts has to do with adaptability, right? Potentially even articulating, like, the perspective or the differentiation of point of view, and then adding the context of the self in the conversation of it. So it's interesting because, like, it's, I want to say it feels like the energy deep within divine union is crabby, but in crabby in the best way possible, because it's crabby in the moment. And this is like, this is a very Cancerian lesson that we're seeing. It's like often Cancers are like, is it me or is it them? Am I being too hard? Are they being too soft? It's like, it's a lot of that type of work, because it's understanding and working through one's own rigidness. It's not that you can't be rigid. It's that making sure that the places that you're rigid are intentional, right? Not perfect, not defensive or overly protective, right? So there's a lot of that. There's a lot of expansion there, but it's not easy. It's not easy. And that's why the counterparts are kind of helping each other, like, through that process. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. Now, if you would like to catch any of that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read, but if you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy or medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing here, if you'd like to get on the list, we do dream interpretation, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic guidance readings. We also do past life. We do pet readings. We also do love readings. You can find the full list of offerings when you go to my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. They should be listed there. Also, we are doing 2 giveaways today. We'll be doing a giveaway when we get to 50K. We are already at 3.9K, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. We are also doing a giveaway today for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. If you're joining us across any of the other channels and would like to get on the list, you can do so as well via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. Daisy, thank you for joining. Welcome, Mystic. Hi there, Miss Melissa. So good to see you today. Welcome, Jeremiah. How you doing today, Heather? Welcome. And thank you as well, Miss Melissa. Angel, thank you for joining us. And thank you as well, Bridget, for those gifts. Happy to read for you, Royal. If you'd like to get on the list is open. Grand Rising, Elisa, how are you doing today? And welcome as well, V. Thank you for sharing the live, and Grand Rising to you, dear. Luca, thank you for subscribing. How are you doing, Kristen? Thank you for the compliment. And Bridget, welcome. Grand Rising, Alexandra. How are you doing today, V? Thank you for those gifts. Vicky, hold on a minute. I can't let go of a narcissist I was seeing for 10 years, can't let go of how they ghosted. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Vicky. I'm not a big fan of attaching labels to the energetic connections that we experienced. However, if there's any way that if you'd like to have a reading as to why you're still feeling a lot of that fixation or why you're holding on to something in that degree, I'm happy to read for you in that context. And I'm sending you continual support on that healing. I need to point out, a lot of those spaces, trauma takes a long time to heal from. So I'm sending you so much support on that journey, and I appreciate the fact that you're sharing your story here as well. Hi there, Elisa. Good to see you, Vicky. Melissa, show me how good it can be, my new mantra. Ooh, I adore that. I'm gonna pin that. I adore that. It's very similar. It's very similar to the affirmation that I posted in the group Discord today. It's actually kind of wild. I don't know. I don't think you're on our group Discord, but it's very, very similar to the affirmation I posted today. And Alexandra, thank you for those gifts. Thank you, Orlando, Grand Rising. And thank you for the follow, Vicky. As I mentioned, and yes, Bridget, I hope you had an absolutely beautiful birthday. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list, as I mentioned, the list is open. I want to give you guys a couple of updates before we move into today's collective read. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Hanged Man. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, May 22nd at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Death card. If you would like to become a part of our tarot class program, all you need to do is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. Your subscription will also grant you access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I will be doing my best to give you an update on everything that we've studied thus far prior to beginning the class, but the material is there for you to receive when you're ready to receive it. You will also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything that we have studied or are learning thus far. And if you choose to become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also have access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library archive. That is access to over 13 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You will also have access to the option of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you and assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes most effectively moving forward. One of the things I tried to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining our class program. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings and services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients seeking more consistent weekly, more customized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase those on an individual level or as a series. If you purchase the Dream Interpretation Reading Series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving those recaps. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the second person read for. And just bear with me a moment. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Malayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right, welcome everybody. How are you doing? Vicky, thank you so much for all of those gifts. Miss Melissa, thank you for the hashtags, dear. And thank you, Sun, for the follow. And Psychic Jenna, thank you for the follow as well. Vamp, so good to see you today. Hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. Oh, Easter blessings right back to you as well, Addie. And happy Monday, Purr. Oops, hold on a minute, lost my spot. Grand Rising, Alexandra. Good to see you today. And thank you again. Welcome. Thank you, Ms. Melissa, for those hearts. And Ma Temperature, thank you for the follow. And thank you as well. I love that right now, Miss Melissa. I love that mantra. Where were we? There's my spot. There it is. Lots of pleasant surprises. I'm so glad to hear that, Bridget. And Vicky, thank you for the follow as well. Bridget, so many dreams last night, but I can't remember a single one. You know, that's really fascinating, because it's interesting that you're saying you had a lot of the dreams, but you can't remember them. That like it's interesting. Like, I feel like a lot of this is happening as a result of the energy moving back into Aries. Like, remember, and we're still, look, I'm going to tell you right now, we're still coming out. We're still coming out of that Mars and Cancer transit. So I keep on seeing that even now, like moving into Leo, there's still a lot of that work in terms of like working through beef. And I think like the thing about it that I think is also really intriguing is like, and I'm going to tell you right now, like a lot of this Mars in Leo is, it's going to be confrontational. Is what I keep getting. But it's working in the space of like, I keep on seeing it's working in the space of like working in the context of being able to say something because it has energetic meaning. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing about it. It keeps on saying to me, like, working in the space, like what is Mars and Leo? Getting a lot of stuff off your chest. You know, it's working in that. It's like a lot of that, again, a lot of that hashing out, a lot of that type of work there. Cinda, thank you, Per. I'm looking spicy. I'll take that. Oh, I hope. I do remember a clock though that read 6:38. That's wild. Again, that's very interesting when you can see numbers in dreams, because we're not able to read in dreams. So anything that you take back in terms of being able to read something in a dream, or numerals that you're able to pull back, you should always take note of them. They're important to remember, because that's usually means it's coming from a guide. A wild lion, I'll take that. I'm buying a lottery ticket. I love it, Per. And just a reminder, if there's anyone who wants to get on the list today with something related to a dream interpretation, or for instance, if you have a past life reading that you've had done that you would like more understanding of, if you have any information that you want to share with me about the reading, you can include it when you send the notes for the reading. Or similarly, if you are on our Discord channel, you can provide it and put it in the channels associated for that information. Hold on a minute, just reading over. You should, because that's the only thing I woke up out of a dead sleep to write down. That's wild. Thank you as well, Miss Melissa. I slept 2 days in a row without any memory whatsoever. I was completely gone. Wow, really, Per? That's intense. Yeah, it sounds like you absolutely needed the rest. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the second person read for. Also, we are doing 2 different contests today. The first contest we will be doing is we will do a free reading for the highest gifter. between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other, sorry, for the highest gifter, the other giveaway that we're doing is we will be doing a reading giveaway at 50K. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. And if you are participating in the gifter for the highest gifter for the reading, I wish you the best of luck in that as well. I need to catch up for a whole year, but it's good that you're getting the sleep, Per. If you're getting that much rest, there's something. I'm telling you, it's. I'm gonna tell you guys again. The sleep right now that we're having is not great, and the reason that we're having sleep that's not great is because a lot of energy in Pisces can create a lot of drowsiness. It can make it feel very hard to wake up in the morning, and energy in Aries, it's hard to stay down. It's like Aries is like all about light sleeping. So prioritizing rest right now is perfectly acceptable. Same, so tired. And like Sid, our sleep is whack these days. Yeah, make sure that you're like I keep on hearing it's napping energy. It's like taking lots of naps kind of energy. I'm tapping to claim. I love it, Per. All right, my friends, as I mentioned, we're about to get started on today's daily collective read, but if you'd like to get on the list is open. Soraya, yours has been insane as well. Yeah, I mean, I wish I could tell you it'll the one thing I'll say is if the energy, like when the planets start moving out of Pisces a bit more, there might be less drowsiness attached to the sleep, but it's still going to be like it's just Aries energy's like sleeping. Like that's the thing about it. You're gonna need more of it. You're probably gonna be aroused a lot easier, but like that's why I keep on saying just prioritize rest. Headaches around here too. The headaches are potentially, and that's going to be again. We were talking about this. Like Pisces is helm energy. So it's like when we start getting more planets pushing back into Aries, like there might be, if you've already got like things with the head, it might feel like they're intensifying. Perfect weather for napping. I agree, Miss Melissa. I have Pisces, Moon, Leo, Sun. And Orlando, the one thing we're talking about right now, I want those with Pisces placements to really be grounding right now. Because I keep on seeing the thing is, for Pisces energy right now, feeling like a lot of abandonment wounds are coming up potentially because I keep like, here's the thing, there's like a yo-yo effect that's been happening right now for energy of Pisces. You've had planets going in and out of your house. So this is very triggering potentially to those with Pisces placements in relationality to abandonment wounds. For those with Aries placements, it could be triggering right now to intimacy wounds, right? Because like I keep on saying Pisces is in that space of saying come back. And Aries is like, get out. Aries is like, what are you all doing in my house? It's a heavy transit. It's a heavy transit. Oh, I'm a Pisces and I just randomly scrolled here again. How are my little Pisces doing? I know. Listen, you're not going nuts. It's just the energy right now in your house is absolutely whack. I want you grounding. I want you working through I want you I want you like Pisces now might be a good time to do a vision board or something like that is what I keep on seeing. For Aries, working through Aries right now is not is like let like you if you like Aries is like working through like it's all the intimacy wounds. These are old wounds here. Like this is a lot of this like this is sensitive kind of thing, right? And not being reactive, but being able to like I keep on hearing like articulate upon an old wound instead of react on it. And I gotta say, I for Taurus right now, the thing with Taurus placements is there's a lot of energy about to go into Aries. And the thing is with Taurus energy and Aries, it's like with so many planets in Aries, it could feel like it might be a little bit of a rough month for Taurus because it might feel like there's red flags everywhere because it's the Aries, it's the Aries energy. It's like, it creates a lot of that feeling. So, but that's why we talk about it. We observe that it's happening so we don't react to it. We work through the context of seeing things within ourselves, like working through intentionality is what I keep on seeing. BB, I'm happy, or Bebe, I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. You'll be the second person read for. Bridget, I thought you were just taking care of the dogs in the neighborhood. Bridget is taking care of lots of dogs right now. But I mean, there's something really interesting about that last dream you shared was wild. I really appreciate you sharing it because it was such a beautiful message. I was staying here because they were on vacation. Understood. Great. More intimacy. Well, that's a problem. Like when you're working through intimacy wounds, it's a lot of like Aries is like intimacy, gross. Like Pisces ascendant. I'm sending you support. Like again, how you doing today, Mick? It's I'm gonna tell you, I think it's rough on those streets right now for those with like Pisces placements, you know? For Aries, it's like it's more like icky conversations, you know? Grand Rising, Ms. Millie. So good to see you. The realist. So we're just talking in general on what we can expect with like the planetary. There is some kind of wild alignment that's happening right now, though, that between like Mercury, Jupiter, and Venus. Venus is on top of Saturn. We're gonna. I'm like, we're gonna work through it. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Isaac, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Nikki. Good to see you, dear. I'm finally home. Welcome, Bridget. Yay! Two I adore you guys. Virtual, thank you for the follow as well. You see, we don't forget. We don't forget here. A bunch of elephants here, Nikki. How are you guys doing today? As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started. So good to see you. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You'll be the second person read for 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. The first giveaway is we will be gifting a reading back to the collective when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway that we're doing right now is we will be doing a giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck as well if you are participating in that giveaway. But let me just take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through. Girl, I've been feeling weird. Past trauma keeps popping up. I'm like, that's not my reality right now. Yeah, virtual. It's the yo-yo that we're having. I've been describing this. So we had like the eclipse. We had Mercury and Venus. They were hanging up in Aries, and then the retrograde pulled them during the eclipse, pulled them back into Pisces, and now they're moving back in front of Neptune again. So I would not be surprised if you're having, it's a lot of flashback energy, right? It's a lot of like, it's all coming back to me kind of thing. It's a lot of like looking at something from the past with a different perception of the present. Grounding through it, not reacting to it is going to be helpful, especially with this Mars moving into Leo. Grand Rising, Ms. Millie. And this is talking about across like all sun, rising, moon sign right now, to realists. Like I'm not talking so much about the personal placement as much as what we're seeing on a planetary space. And again, hold on a minute. Swear you are talking directly to me. I'm so glad. Well, welcome. Thank you for finding us, and I hope you're having a beautiful day today. We're about to get started on the the Daily Collective. So if you stick around, we're going to start reading in just a few minutes. Nikki, tell Sin who your man is. What? Telling me who about the what now? Tell me who about the what now? I always come away from your collectives with so many wonderful affirmations. I'm very glad to hear that, Ms. Millie. I hope you're having a beautiful day today. Nikki T. Cindy, you're still calling me Cindy. You read for my man when it was Saturday. He loved his read. Oh, he did. I'm so glad to hear that. Oh, I'm so glad. I hope you both are well. Oh, that was so cool. And thank you. I'm tired of this ride. Well, here's the thing, and I'm gonna tell you right now, like we're getting, and that's the thing, like I want you focusing on the horizon point. Like virtual, when you're feeling like that, when you're tired of the ride, like you got to focus on the horizon. Like don't let yourself get vertigo. Very, yes, precisely. I trust me, I know. It's because Mercury and Venus woke up behind Neptune. So being able to look at the past and be like, oh dear Lord, like just seeing something there that you couldn't see before. Oh, really? Oh, I adore that, Nikki. Oh, that's so cool. I didn't put the connection together. Oh, well, I'm very glad. I'm very glad I was able to help them with their move. I adore their readings. Oh, I'm so happy I was able to provide support there. Oh, that's wild. And Queen, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I did, of course. Listen, I'm like share the love, man. If I find a good reader, like I like to point out, like there's room on the bus for everybody. Like we all go up together, you know? I also you see, I also pay attention to readings. Absolutely. He really needed that. He was like, I feel so much better. Oh, that makes me so happy, dear. Oh, now my heart's opening up. You see? Oh, that makes me happy. They just needed a little encouragement. And thank you for sharing the live, Mother Loving. Grand Rising, Addison. But yeah, and so like again, and the thing we have to recognize, like it's just like a lot of this energy that we're feeling right now, and I keep on hearing like, and the thing about it, and I need to point out, it also is not like Taurus season right now it's like, and I need to point this out, like Taurus energy is like the majesty of things. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot of that. It's like it's shoulder energy. I always describe Taurus energy as shoulder energy. So that's why when we say like majesty, we often like I need to point out when we bow, like well, and this is why like Taurus is in the space of the majestic. When we bow, we show someone that our shoulders, right? Like that's why when we bow, like when we say your majesty, we show the shoulders because it's the Taurus energy. So it's like a lot of that work that we're also doing right now as it relates to how much it takes to carry the weight of the heart space that we're finding with the Leo Mars energy, right? So it's a lot of that type of energy, if that makes sense. So like I wouldn't be surprised right now if you're feeling like a lot of heart stuff and a lot of shoulder work. All right. And Queen, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. It is. We love a spiritual couple, man. Focus on the horizon. Absolutely right now, virtual. Taurus Venus here. Welcome, dear. Here's the thing. I love a Taurus Venus because a Taurus Venus, it's a lot of like, it's like, like Taurus Venus is like, this is where I work. Like with jobs, like love is work, you're like, again, it's like, it's what you carry for each other. Absolutely. And thank you for those gifts, Kath. 100%. Hi there, Sanam. Oh, I adore that, Nikki. And I'm sending them so much support on that trip. It was my birthday. Oh, congratulations, Bon Natal. Happy to read for you on that, Sanam. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You'll be the second person read for. All right. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. I'm never going to get over that. It was so fun. I was too. Oh my goodness. Good to see you guys. And thank you again. All right, friends. So as I mentioned, we are going to get started. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You will be the second person read for. Also, friends, when we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. We are already at 9.9K, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. And for those who are joining us across the other apps, if you would like to get on the list for today, you can as well. Just go ahead and send that donation via my tree that has links in it in my bio, and you'll be added to the list. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Monday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Monday, April 21st, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first two cards in our 5-card spread? First two cards we are starting our day off with today are, I adore these two cards in combination. I absolutely adore them. We've got here our Star card in its upright in combination with our 6 of Cups. In its upright. And I gotta say, you know, I feel like there's something really important that we're recognizing and identifying right now, particularly in the realm of heart opening, right? There's a lot of the work in this space right now. And I want to kind of give you a bit of a clarification as to why we may be experiencing some of this energy right now. So, and we were talking a little bit about this before we started the podcast. And in order to help recognize a lot of the work that we've been doing, I need to bring you back. Okay, I need to bring you back to the start of this year. You'll recall at the start of this year, we had a deficiency in Mars energy. There was no Mars energy to be found. We were hovering in that space where Mars was in retrograde, and there was a lot of planets in Pisces. So a lot of and the thing is, so a lot of that space as it relates to, I keep on hearing like going through a dream-like state or working in the context of the dreams. And what's beautiful about this is I feel like there's been a lot of that like a lot of the conversation that we've been seeing has to do with working through the context of recognizing and navigating through the context of our fear. Because, and this is the thing about it, everything we are given is an energetic gift, so long as we apply it in the right context, right? Context is energetically everything. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, this is a lot of work as it relates to communicating through fear, right? Recognizing and navigating that. And I keep on seeing, you know, when we are able to speak towards the things that we are afraid of, as opposed to reacting to them, it allows us the ability to build, like to heal effectively, right? Because often, and we talk a lot about this, you know, hostility or reactivity is like, what is hostility if not reacting to fear, right? It's moving in accordance to it. But when we're able to articulate upon it, when we're able to express what we carry, it allows us to do something in different ways. And this is really important right now, because if you'll recall, I saw like one of the things we saw as it relates to a shift, and I kind of want to walk you through like the last 3 experiences that we saw that were happening, like the last 3 progressions we've been seeing over the last few months as it relates to the partnership cycles. The first partnership cycle we were identifying at the start of the year, it was very, I want to describe it as, it was very Queen of Swords energy, because they was working through energetic lessons of what it takes to build into the pathwork of confidence. You'll remember that when Mars was in retrograde, it was requiring us to be able to tell the difference between the 2 of swords, like between confidence and courage. Now, And that's why we saw that a lot of those partnerships that were happening during that time, they were coming together like wonder twins, like right as Jupiter entered Gemini. This last relationship cycle that we've been seeing was much more in the vibration of chariot energy during, and I'm not surprised to see it again because we had the chariot energy coming through during a retrograde cycle, right? During an eclipse. So what do we had? We had all of this energy, like everything's breaking down, right? Like everything is breaking down, even breaking down the perception of the self. And this is the energy that was prioritizing the solid ground that they were creating for one another in partnership, right? So we've got a lot of that energy that's working towards the reliability of one another, even through difficulty. And now we've got a lot of this energy here that we're recognizing and identifying. This is why I keep on calling I feel like we're moving into a lot of new partnerships in magician energy. But what's beautiful about the magician energy that we're seeing is it's about hashing things out. It's about everything on the table, right? Not like, and I know, and it's like, it's not wanting to be energetically performative as it relates to who one is, because I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy coming out of some of these experiences, often we can recognize, I keep on hearing like a lot of the work that when we are, and I want to describe this is a lot of energy in separation that is healing from whim relationships or healing from relationships that are built on inspiration, right? And you can't have a relationship built on inspiration. It's like trying to be in a relationship that's a sailboat, right? When you're waiting for inspiration to hit, you never know where it's going. You never know which direction it's going to go into, and you're constantly in that state of like waiting for the energetic wind to pick up. And so that's why we keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, if were modalities where they were trying to build with someone, and every time they articulated a frustration, another energy went away, like another energy moved away from them, right? Like almost looking to another and saying, that's not very dream of you. There's a lot of this energy that's moving very, very much into the authenticity of the reality of the self to calibrate for that, because this is the energy that remembers that, you know, being in one's authenticity, airing frustrations, and being, so long as you're not, and I keep on hearing, so long as you're bringing prescriptions with the emotions that you give another, right? You're doing that work. It's not too much to ask, because it helps you understand the difference between relationship that's willing to hash something out, right? Working in the context of adaptability that is necessary for partnership versus energy that always wishes that they were in a good relationship. But then the minute something becomes real, they start going ew or yuck and they move away from it, right? You cannot like, I keep on hearing, when you want a healthy relationship, you cannot detest hash. You have to be ready to hash, because it's the hash through which becomes the ground that you grow from, right? It's not about, it's not about being, I keep on hearing, it's not about being averse. And that's why we saw all of those, like all of those messages that were coming through last week in relationality to pathwork of aversion, right? Because often when we're averse to something, but we can't articulate why, we recognize that we're identifying a blind spot within the self. But when we're energetically averse to something and we're able to speak on why, it brings us into closer understanding of the higher self, because the higher self loves hashing things out. The higher self is like, how much time you got, right? And so this is why we keep on seeing that a lot of it, like I'm telling you, like a lot of this energy, a lot of this energy building into relationships right now is like, this is who I am. Take it or leave it, right? Because it's giving, but it feels refreshing, right? Because it feels like the energy that's saying, take me as I am, because this is the energy that says, I'm tired of performing for another person. I'm tired of pretending or feeling I need to pretend in order to bring someone towards me. And it's in that moment, I keep on hearing, at the moment that we build into our authenticity, we become energetically free, because we allow another person to see us and love us there. Center card for today's spread is, we have here, there's that Page of Pentacles, right? Because when another person sees us in our authenticity and pulls away from us, right? Like that's the energy that doesn't feel like that doesn't, I mean, like you can have an energetic connection like that, but it feels conditional, right? It's the energy that says, "Oh, it's fine." And we talked a lot about this. Like anything's possible. It's about what it's about like the healthy manifestation that feels like it's a parade because every step towards it feels like a celebration. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy working in that context, there's something really beautiful about that because I keep on seeing that for a lot, like this is the energy that's giving each other the gift, coming into partnership and saying, I'm not going to pretend to be someone I'm not, as difficult as that is. Because when we find the ability to be brave to be ourselves, we give another person the opportunity to love us there, right? And so what's beautiful about this is the energy that's doing so. And it's not easy because I told you it's heart opening, right? Because it's when we're heart opening, it feels like, oh no, the intimacy wound. Welcome, welcome back to Aries. Welcome back to all the energy going back into Aries. Which is like, and what happens? Like, what happens when the energy is in Aries? Like, I gotta tell someone who I am. I hate this. Like Aries hates. Aries always needs to like encounter intimacy wounds, and they hate doing it because they feel like, and often you can tell you're working through an intimacy wound when it feels gross to have to share how you feel about something new. Ooh. And this brings us to a lot of the energy moving deeper into divine union. This is the can I get two for the chariot partnerships that are moving into divine union right now, please? Let's see here. Yep, there it is. And that's the thing about it. Like eight, this is beautiful. Wow. Eight of swords in combination with our nine of wands in its upright. Woof. Woof. Like literally those two cards. I've got a lot of work to do. Like, and here's the thing about it, like, and I need to point this out. This is why it feels really beautiful because when we recognize, when we recognize a wound in ourselves, right? It's something I keep on seeing when we don't react to a wound, but we observe it and we're conscientious of it. It allows us the recognition of feeling and experiencing something in the past in a new way. And that's what I see here is really beautiful because they're saying to me it's it's a lot of that um I feel like I keep on seeing that there's almost that modality as it relates to and remember, okay, so I got to okay, so we're going to walk hold on. So we're going to work through the message that's coming through across the frequencies right now. um the reason that the energy is in separation is because, okay, so when we are not averse to understanding ourselves, we're able to hash things out. And what does that mean? um when we're working in the context of the understanding of the self by means of addressing the aversions we feel with a sense of understanding and recognizing the difference between the work that happens within the self versus the work that happens outside the self. It helps us understand that the journey of coming into the self is not about letting go of everything. It's about understanding what you're holding and why it's energetically important. So I keep on seeing that there's something, and for a lot of the energy right now, coming into divine union, that same ability of doing so, being able to find the words to, this is why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy coming into divine union, this is the energy saying, you're the ground beneath my feet. Because when we work on not being reactive to our fear, when we talk through it, we create stabilization, right? Because that's, and I feel like it's best expressed by the statement, if there's something wrong, you'll tell me, right? Like that ability of trusting the ground that we build amongst one another, right? That stabilization point, that is the solid ground because it doesn't leave one constantly building into that context of uncertainty. It doesn't leave one constantly feeling that anxiety that the bottom is going to drop out of things constantly, right? When we're able to move towards one another in a space of energetic stability, that is the stability that we create within ourselves, that also the energy around us finds us in that same locationality. So that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, the gift that they're giving one another is profound, because they're saying to one another that that gift of stabilization, they understand how much it takes, right? The gift of creating the smooth sea inside the self is the gift that we give to counterpart. And that's why the energy saying to one another, you have no idea the gift you've given me by doing that work on yourself. While for masculine and feminine energy, deep within divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy deep within divine union, there's something there's something really profound and important in relationality to recognizing and identifying how much one has changed, and also where the work begins, right? Because I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, that that observation, remember I kept on hearing like the observation of moving something into a place of positivity is also conducted by not feeling like you're overextending the self, right? And that's why we kept on getting the message, you extend the olive branch but not the tree, because when you're moving into a space of positivity, the directionality that you aspire something to go into, you don't force, you don't push, right? You give the gift of possibility, and then you stay energetically patient within it, because everything I keep on seeing for a lot of the energy in that modality, it has to do with understanding and recognizing that, and I keep on hearing, healing is not something we can force another into, even if our intentions are pure. Because when we have pure intentions and we try to move someone into a directionality that they don't desire to go into, it doesn't matter if our intentions are good. It becomes toxic. It becomes unhealthy, right? It's when we insist on things that things become unhealthy. And that's why there's been so much of this work as it relates to warrior energy, because warriors come into the space of observation, right? They don't try to force things. It's all like, it's a lot of lessons coming through right now in relationality to chivalry. Continuing to get clarification between our star card. Yep, this is our star card, and the Six of Cups in its upright is like literally like that's like chivalry. Can I please get one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our Five of Swords in its upright. And so, for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, I keep on seeing working through the context of, and I keep on seeing like there's something very important right now that's happening as it relates to Neptune transiting into Aries. Okay. Because Neptune likes being in Pisces. It's like it's Neptune in Pisces is like cozy, comfy for Neptune. It's like it's exalted there. Neptune in Aries is hard. Like Neptune in Aries is like understanding. You know, it's like if you insist. Like I need to point this out. Like and this is the thing, and I keep on getting a message as it relates to warriors. Like warriors don't want to fight. Like the reason we call warriors warriors is warriors are always trying not to fight. And that's why what do you hear a warrior say when someone pushes them too hard, right? A warrior never like calls someone out. They go, if you insist, right? Like if you insist, I will energetically fight. Like I will energetically fight. Like that's what happens in those contexts, right? With like a warrior, which is like a warrior is often the energy that steps back and says like it tries to avoid something but also, and this is why, and this is what's beautiful about, they're saying like, I mean, there's a lot of messages coming through. This is it. This is because Neptune's moving into Aries. So there's a lot of work that's coming through as it relates to peaceful warrior, which is a warrior does not want to fight. A warrior does not need to show its strength. A warrior knows how energetically strong they are. This is often why a warrior is the person in the background who's just kind of moving out of the way, because the warrior says that the gift of being able to be strong is not about putting one's strength to something, but stepping in when one feels one must, right? Like it's almost it's like, and they, I keep on hearing the battle cry, like the battle cry of warrior energy is if you insist, right? Because it's the articulation of another doing everything they can to try to avoid something, but then finally feeling that modality or that moment that they have to, and like welcome to Leo, like welcome to Mars and Leo, right? So there's a lot of that, there's a lot of that energy there. And I think that this is really important because I kind of see that like for a lot of that, like a lot of that work that I'm seeing for energy deep within divine union, I keep on hearing it takes a lot of strength to make peace, because it's understanding that peace is not something that is found. Peace is something, peace is something that you like you nurture, right? When, and that's why, like, again, you have to understand that I told you this is the warrior energy moving deeper into divine union. When warriors prioritize peace because they understand how much one has to fight within the self to find it. And then once you find it, it's being able to prioritize that in such a way that it doesn't, and again, it doesn't require one to be in a space, and this is where the Taurus energy comes in. It's understanding that to a certain extent, when we're working towards energetic peace within the self, I keep on hearing, we bow to the peace within ourselves. This is what we mean by humility, right? It's like we take our armor down towards the energetic desire of what we hope to move something towards, even if it's energetically difficult for us, right? Because it's not about, like, what do you say? What do you say when you're trying to energetically make peace? It's not about me, right? You say it's not about me, right? It's like you work in the space of prioritizing the self by also recognizing and identifying the aspiration or the desire that you're trying to move something towards. So there's some very refined, there's some very refined lessons that are occurring right now, specifically and particularly in the space of the energy deep within divine union. While for masculine and feminine energy that are coming into divine union, this is all that chariot energy. So I'm not surprised to see the fact that this is the energy moving into hermit energy, because they're saying to one another, never before have I felt the security and stability of a relationship that allows me to find the self. Right? Because when we don't have to spend every single solitary moment worrying about the ground beneath our feet, it allows a lot of that sense of personal exploration. It allows a lot of that going inward. Because again, the thing with hermit energy is it's not lonely. Why would you ever be lonely with yourself? Right? We're only lonely when we don't like our own energy. So that ability of finding in the solitude of the self, right? Having the energetic ground of a healthy relationship that allows one to move into a space of energetic solitude within the self. I keep on hearing this energy that says, no greater gift than you give me than the reliability of your own self, because it allows one to go into a space of expansion. While for masculine and feminine energy, deep within divine union, or in separation, this is why I keep on seeing that this is a lot of the energy right now in like, these are magician partnerships that coming through. And it's funny because I feel like the magician partnerships are going, take me as I am. Like, they're going, take me as I am. And I feel like it's also funny because I feel like some of the energy right now coming into in separation is like, I am from the scratch and dead section. Like, this is the energy. But that's what's beautiful, because this is also the energy that works on the space of loving the self, right? Works on the space of appreciating who they are. And that's why this energy says that it's not about trying to be something that one is not, that one appreciates every step of who one is, that awareness of the self. It's like you're able to navigate it in such a way that you say that the ability of being self-aware and recognizing what the work is, right? This is the energy that says, as long as I'm good with myself, and that doesn't mean I think I'm perfect, because who on earth would ever think they're perfect? Like, as long as I'm good with myself and I know what it is that I'm aspiring to, right? Then it creates that. I keep on hearing the energy that's saying, and welcome to the Mars and Leo. It's not perfect, but I'm proud of who I am because I understand that work. I understand what I'm trying to do to reach that place of personal perfection. I understand my own energetic assignment. Continuing to get clarification between our Six of Cups, it's upright, in combination with our Page of Pentacles in its reversal. One card to clarify. This is a culmination of the lessons that we saw or we're working through during that eclipse cycle, right? Because I know it. I bet during that eclipse cycle, what was like the thing coming through? You're not perfect. None of us are perfect, right? And this is, again, the eclipse cycles are not here to break us. I know it sometimes feels like they are. Okay. Like, I know sometimes it feels like they are, but they're all, everything is a gift. This particular gift was a very difficult, it was a very difficult gift because it's a combination force of, and again, we're going to go through this. The Mercury retrograde is not here to break your toaster. Okay. The Mercury retrograde is here to help you recognize the difference between a groove and a rut. Okay. The only time we sometimes understand cycles are good for us, right? Cycles are good for us, but in those modalities, in those experiences, wherein we recognize and identify those moments that we feel stagnancy, right? This is often why, at the same time that something breaks down during the retrograde, we innovate. We figure out a new plan. Area like we come, and then we come out of the Mercury retrograde, and we're like, Mercury retrograde broke my toaster, and Mercury's like, did they break your toaster, or did you get a new toaster? It's like, and Venus retrogrades are also in that same modality, right? Venus and retrograde cycles often distort perception of beauty. Venus and retrograde cycles are not here to say you are hideous, everything is ugly. Venus and retrograde cycles are helping you to polish the internal mirror of the self. But again, grit on the mirror. You have to remember there used to not be reflective surfaces. How did you get a reflective surface in the past? You use grit to polish something. You use grit to make it shine. So when we get people throw grit on us, but instead of throwing it back, instead of when someone throws grit on you and then you get in a mudslinging contest, instead you take what they take what they said to heart. If it's something that's important to you, it allows you to improve the self. And the Venus in retrograde cycle says you're beautiful as you are. You're beautiful as you are. And if there's something that another person is giving you that's making you feel less beautiful, you have to ask yourself, is that a note about them, or is that a note about the self? Right? It's not about the fact that we're perfect. It's being unable to recognize and understand which notes we receive upon the self that feel like they lead us to a point of valuability, or something that makes us be able to move even closer into who we aspire to be. Continuing to get clarification between our Page of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with our Eight of Swords in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Yeah, and this is the thing right now, though. This, like, Neptune moving into Aries is like no joke, man. I just got to tell you, it's because, and I'm telling you, it's like Neptune moving into Aries is a lot of, I told you, it's a lot of that if you insist kind of thing. It's working through the framework of navigating and recognizing the things that you don't like. It's not pretty, right? And I keep on seeing, and this is why, like, a lot of these lessons that we're getting into right now have to do with telling you even now with Neptune moving into Aries, right? It's it's very easy to, when things aren't pretty, it's very easy to want to adopt a woe is me type of energetic situation or like perspective on things. But one of the messages that is coming through, especially with Jupiter and Gemini and Pisces and Aries, is woe is me or woe is you is very convenient, isn't it? Woe is me or woe is you is very convenient, isn't it? Because what does woe is me or woe is you say? I don't have to do anything. It's not my fault, right? So when we're in that space, when we say woe is me or woe is you, it's the same vibration. The universe hears the same thing. It's not my problem, right? It's working in the same context. When we're trying to make something energetically better, we don't shake our heads. We don't blame others. This is why often when we move into the context of it, we start to release the aspect of blame, but that doesn't mean we don't do anything. That doesn't mean that we don't energetically do something, right? We work towards the energetic capacity of being able to make our energetic dreams a reality, right? Because when we, and I keep on seeing this, like when we feel that there is an aspiration or dream that we hold sacred, something that the higher self holds and honors, and everything around us looks worse in that context, it allows us the amplification point of saying, what can I do to move something more in accordance with what that energetic ideal is? How can I bring that aspiration forward? How can I share that energetic dream with others? Because when we are in the business, when we are in the business of sharing dreams, we become the fulfillment of each other's dreams. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of this energy right now in separation, this is why the energy is working through navigating the anxiety of energetically speaking about ourselves or talking about the things that are important to us, letting go of the illusion of rejection. Because when we share our dreams with each other and another person does not aspire to move in accordance of that dream, well then that is the energetic equivalent of understanding, why would you want to build with someone? Why would you want to create something with someone that does not share your dream, right? The gift that we give each other in terms of talking about the future that we believe is possible is being able to say to another, I'm looking for someone to create that with. And this is why I see that a lot of the energy right now is in separation, is working in the context of embracing that magician energy, because that is the energy that says to one another, as long as I'm good with the self, as long as I understand what direction I'm moving towards, as long as I see and understand that I'm not perfect, but I'm building into intention, then that is the gift that I share in partnership. And that is the gift that allows us the context of being able to move towards things together. And I see even now, like a lot of that energy healing from those situations or circumstances where another person was trying to utilize the instrument of perfection to describe why something wasn't moving in the direction they aspired to be. Because when we're in a healthy space, we don't demand perfection from each other. We understand perfection, demanding perfection from one another is awful convenient, right? Because look for some, like there's no perfect is never to be found, perfect is made. So when we're making perfect, we're very noticeable for those that demand energetic perfection, because that is the it's an it's perfection is a cardinal direction. It's not a place on the map. It's not something that you find, it's something that you strive for. But often energy that doesn't want to move forward, right, will articulate the fact of a lack of perfection to be indicative as to why there's no direction. And that's why I keep on hearing that there's a lot of energy that is grieving or working through experiences where they're understanding a lack of perfection should not equate to a lack of direction. A lack of perfection should not equate to a lack of direction. This is the welcome to Neptune moving into Pisces. Like Neptune moving out of Pisces into Aries. Neptune moving out of Pisces into Aries says, listen, you can have both. like Neptune's like, I'm the ocean. You can carry the things within me, but you can also sail a ship on them, right? They're not equitable. They're not like a lack of perfection does not explain a lack of direction. So that's why I keep on seeing that a lot of the energy, this is why the energy is moving in their authenticity, because it feels more like someone was trying to change them or bring them into something that was more inspirational, as instead of building into the concept of what we can create together, right? I keep on hearing for a lot of that energy, that's the energy that says that messiness is a masterpiece, right? It's not, it's working, and it's honoring your masterpiece is what I keep on hearing. While for masculine and feminine energy coming into divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of this energy coming into divine union right now, I just keep on hearing this like massive sigh of relief. This is the energy getting comfortable. This is the energy like taking their shoes off. Because, and I keep on getting like majesty, right? Taurus energy. What is more majestic than having a place that you can put your burden down, right? So there's a lot of this energy that is finally feeling that the relationship itself is not a place that they have to struggle, right? The sanctuary of the healthy relationship that creates that sustainability and that reliability, that balance that we create for one another. This is the energy that says this is why the energy moves into hermit, because this is the energy that says the relationship is a place where I don't need to try to create that stability. The relationship is such that this is where I find it. It is my sanctuary. While for masculine and feminine energy that is coming, that is deep within divine union, can I get one card to clarify? Yeah, this is a lot. This is like a lot. This is a lot of energy that's already moving. This is like it's very Cancerian, is what I'm getting for a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now. And what's interesting with a lot of the Cancer energy is it's working through Cancer energy is working through transformation, but it also talks about the inward journey of the self that leads to outward expansion, right? And often a lot of that work that we see with Cancer energy is understanding and recognizing the hardness within ourself that we're trying to soften, right? It's molting energy, because you have to think a bit about how like a crab has to grow. A crab having to grow is a very painful, like a crab only grows when they find they become too confined via the shell of the self. I've written about this over in my mystic meditations articles. So that ability to basically molt, right? To come into that place of experiencing the pain of the self that then leads to deeper expansion of the self. This is why Cancer and Scorpios are very similar in this. They don't shy away from experiencing those uncomfortability points, because they understand that it's not just about feeling uncomfortable, that the ability to understand why one is uncomfortable literally determines something that you need to work on in the self, right? Something you have to be more adaptable about, or something that brings you closer to the self because it is unyielding or unflexing, right? It's not about being hard or soft. It's about being intentional as to what you're hard and soft about. Continuing to get clarification between our Five of Swords in its upright in combination with our Knight of Cups. So it's interesting because I feel like the energy deep within divine union is between Cancer and Libra, is what I'm getting. Thank you. Continuing to get clarification right now between our Five of Swords in combination with our Knight of Cups. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now. I like this. This is some of that. This is some of that. This is some of that heavy Taurus energy that we're moving into. Because like Taurus, I mean, and this is the appreciation point for Taurus energy. Taurus energy is very opposite to Sagittarian energy, because Sagittarius energy is like, look how fast I can run, like Sagittarius. Sagittarius energy is like, you want to see how fast I can go? You want to see how fast I can go? I can do faster than you, right? Like that's a lot of the Sagittarius and Taurus, and this is why the two of them, like, Taurus is like, I will outwalk you. Like Taurus is like, When Sagittarius says, "Look how fast you can run," Taurus says, "I will outwalk you," because Taurus, like, it's working into understanding that once you find a groove, right? When you find that groove, when you love that groove, like when you find that groove, you can do that groove forever. Like, it's not a monotony if it's a groove, right? It's like and this is the thing with Taurus. This is why Taurus gets so like, if they find this is why when a Taurus energy, when Taurus finds their groove and you knock them out of it, geez Louise, because like it's a lot of that. It's a lot of that path work of understanding, and this is the thing about it. Like, it's working in, like, Taurus energy is the energy of majesty, right? And majesty is like, I don't run anywhere. I don't run anywhere. Majesty is you like, it's like it's working in that space of finding that comfortability within the self, right? And so I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that work here that is, and I keep on seeing, like, this is beneficial right now, in some ways, like, across, and I want to say it's having different impacts, um, depending on where you find yourself on the frequency cycles. Now, for the energy in separation, this is why I feel like this is a lot of that. I see that there's a lot of that energy here as it relates to the energy that says that, and I keep on hearing, I keep on, like, it's funny because, like, the energy in separation is almost saying it, like, with a little bit of, like fervor. This is the energy that says, as long as I know my progress, as long as I recognize what it is that I'm working on, my progress is a blessing because it doesn't mean I have to be perfect. I understand the assignment of the self. And this is why I keep on hearing that a lot of the energy is recovering or healing from places or spaces of making one feel less than oneself. Because when we feel less than oneself, we put our worth or value in relationality to how another person sees us, right? Like, when we don't, when we build too much of that context, it's too adaptable, right? It's almost like the energy where we feel like we're tripping over ourselves. But when we understand, when we feel that, when we remember that we are, like, we are our gift, like, like, building into an appreciation of our own preciousness, then we remove the feeling of energetic rejection, because we look as rejection as protection. If someone sees us in our authenticity and they don't like what they see, but we're good with ourselves, what is, like, so be it, right? You don't have to be everyone's cup of tea. But when you're trying, like, and that's often, like, when you're in that space, like, that is, like, that's literally the energy of majesty, which doesn't take it personally, right? It just works in the context of understanding that rare, like, and I keep on hearing, like, when you are a rarity, like, not every like, when you're a rarity, not everyone's going to potentially like that, and that's okay, right? You don't have to like me. I got people come in this live all the time telling me how much they don't like me. But that's cool, right? Because it's not our job to have to like each other, but we can love each other in the context of appreciating the space by which we allow each other that gift, right? So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that energy there that is not rushing into things, right? I see that there's a lot of that energy that's happening right now in some of these new partnerships as it relates to getting to know one another, right? And I keep on hearing this is energy that is articulating upon what their manifestation goals are, and now just waiting to see if the vibe fits. Right? That's what I keep on seeing. Waiting to see if the vibe fits, right? They're, like, vibing into the relationship. But again, I'm seeing it with a lot of clarity, right? Continuing to get, for a lot of this energy right now, this is the chariot energy that's getting more energetically comfortable. This is the energy that's finally building into that sense of feeling like they can take their shoes off, right? Because when we have a relationship where we feel like we can take our shoes off, it's a space where it feels like we can ground into ourselves, right? And I think it's funny because I told you, because the energy said, the chariot energy said to one another, "You're the ground beneath my feet." It's not surprising that they're taking their shoes off, because we often take our shoes off in sacred spaces to honor the ground that we walk upon, right? So that's the energy that says a relationship is beautiful. My relationship is sacred because it is the place I can take my shoes off. It's not the energy that says can. They're saying it's saying can, but they say will because they're saying that they honor the ground of the relationship. It's an act of love to do so because it talks about how sacred the space is that they create for one another together. While for masculine and feminine energy that is deep within divine union, I keep on seeing that this is a lot, like there's a lot of this, it's actually, it's a lot of this work. It's a lot of this work that I'm seeing. It feels like, actually, it feels like the energy deep within divine union right now is deep in temperance lessons. Like they're deep in temperance lessons. And why are they deep in temperance lessons? Because, and I need to point this out, and we're going to talk about this a bit when we get into a study on the temperance card. If you see the temperance card, temperance has its foot in the water. So it's like testing the waters, is what I keep on seeing. It's testing the waters to see the temperature of something. It's working in the context of trying to move something in the inclination you aspire and hope it to be, right? But doing so with a level or degree of conscientiousness, of care, right? Because when you're working in the space of healing, you don't insist upon things, you don't force things, you test the waters of things, because when you're building into making peace with things, it's not about the self, right? It's about like I keep on seeing, it's like I keep on hearing, it's like a lot of work as it relates to lattice, or a lot of work as it relates to um, working through something in such a way that and it feels like chivalry, because it's like when you're moving in a chivalrous fashion, you move like the gesture of what you desire to go towards is the energy that says, you know, this is what I aspire for, in if you will meet me in that same embrace, kind of thing, if that makes sense. Continuing to get clarification between our Knight of Cups energy in combination with our Six of Swords in its upright. One card to clarify. There's that Two of Wands in its reversal. And I think that one of the things that we're seeing here is, and I like this too, because this is the energy that's almost saying to a certain extent, it's not about being, and this is like welcome to, these are Cancer lessons that we're getting right now. It's not about being flexible about everything, right? It's not about like just being like whatever means you don't energetically care. Who's whatever about anything. Like recognizing and identifying um, what is important, right? When we value each other, we allow the context of being able to honor and recognize that we can hold things importantly, but maybe not hold them the same way. And that's why we see that often those healthy conversations allow that context of appreciating and finding those connectivity points, right? What binds us together is infinitely stronger than the things that tear us apart. But when someone is working too much from the ego, right, that's sometimes an impossibility vector, right? That's often when we hit an impasse point with another, because it's the difference between having a conversation and someone being able to articulate the significance and value and importance of something versus someone that says, right, what does the ego say? Because I said so. What does the ego say? The ego system's the defense mechanism, right? The ego system goes, because I said so. Right? It's like, it doesn't want to talk about things, right? Like, and this is why we talk about the fact that we check our ego, right? We check our buddy. It's not like we get rid of our buddy entirely. That the ego is what tries to protect us, right? It tries to protect the self. So when we're in good place with our ego, we can tell when our buddy is getting a little overly sensitive about something for no reason, right? This is why we often when you're in a healthy space, you're like, no, it's just my ego, right? But that is like, it's recognizing whether the energetic ego comes up because there's something important there, right? And that's where we see looks good, like is good, feels good, is good, right? We know that something is in accordance to us when the ego and the higher self go, on this we can agree, right? Like on this we can agree. Like we're on the high five, right? High five. Right? So, and we see that, right? So we have that like energetic high five point where like we are the space where the ego and higher self agree, because that ability of moving forward in accordance to that allows the context of being able to recognize something that we're working on, right? We're talking about magician lessons right now. And again, if you want to know more about this card, you can head over to my tarot church. I talk about this. What is the magician doing? The magician is both simultaneously got their hand down, they're holding back, and they're reaching up, right? So the magician is doing the work of holding back the ego, right? Holding back the side of self that wants to override, that wants to become energetically protective, reaching up to the higher self, what they energetically strive for. So that ability of doing so, I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that energy deep within divine union right now that is working through a lot of those facets within. And it's not easy. It's really triggering when you're doing that, right? It allows for a lot of introspection, but not coming into a space of reactivity. While for masculine and feminine coming into divine union, a lot of the work that we see coming into divine union right now, this is the energy that's stretching out, right? They're getting comfortable. Like this is the energy that's stretching in that way, because this is the energy that's saying, finally, I feel like I'm in a space that I can be in my authenticity. Because when we feel a relationship that creates a stabilization point, it allows us to become more energetically comfortable with ourselves, right? It allows us to come into that modality of appreciating and exploring the self. So I keep on seeing that this is the energy that feels like they're going through an expansion point, but it's like the expansion point of finally feeling comfortable within one's own vibration. While for masculine and feminine energy in separation right now, this is the energy. This is some energy right now that's meeting each other and being like, I am sick of being someone that I'm not. Like this is energy. This is energy that has moved toward their manifestations and gotten the ick in trying to be something other than they are to move into partnership, right? This is the energy that says, I'm not creating a space where I feel like I have to energetically, and this is, I need to point this out. This is not the energy coming into coming out of separation that's saying, it's not the energy that says, take me as I am. I'm never changing. No, this is the energy that says, I recognize, as long as I understand the assignment, as long as I understand the assignment of the self, never again will I work towards or build into a context of someone that makes me feel that the assignment is faulty, right? And we do that. That's what happens, right? If we understand the assignment of the self, and then we come towards someone and they're building into that context where they pull away from us every time we articulate a frustration point, right? Comes into that space of making it feel like they're, we're going through or working through the realm of rejection. Like this is the energy to just says, like, and I can see some energy taking accountability and saying the mistake is not in built is remaining in energetic situations or circumstances where another seems like they have genuine distaste as to who we are, right? Because that doesn't change. If someone has distaste, if someone builds towards you, like in a state of distaste, it's not like you're ever going to move into a place where that gets resolved. It's like they're already telling you, like, that's the vibration that you're finding them in. They're looking at things from a point of distaste, right? So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that energy that I keep on hearing. The energy in the energy in separation has gotten the ick for energetic distaste, right? It's the quality of distaste in another, or like the energetic revulsion point that's being healed, because that's the energy that says, why would you be in an energetic connection if you're expressing revulsion? Right? Like there's something about that there that's like, it's like the energy saying, that's not something I'm creating in another, that's something I'm finding in someone, is what I keep on hearing. Like when you find someone who has revulsion towards you, it's often easy to imagine you're the only person they're giving that to. But this is the energy that's like, I see the energy being like, no, 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 that's what they give to the world. Like that's how they see, that's what we see. Like is almost what I'm seeing here. It's interesting. Continuing to get clarification between Six of Swords in its upright and Nine of Cups in its reversal, right? If you look outside the self and you see revulsion, then revulsion is all that you will see. If you look outside the self and you see the world as ugly, then ugly that is all that you see. If you look outside the self and you strive to see beauty, beauty will arrive to you in ways that you cannot imagine. And this is why I keep on seeing that there's something there's something really beautiful happening as it relates to someone saying, I choose to see the world differently, right? Because there's no greater act of love than when we choose to see the love around us, right? Because that is, I keep on hearing, that is the choice that we have as conscious beings. Like that is the choice that we make. That when we approach the world with love, love opens its arms to us and we see love everywhere. And you can choose. I mean, if you want to, you could choose to see ugliness everywhere. Go outside. I'm sure you can find a bunch of examples on why the world's ugly. But when you look for ugliness, you make ugliness and you find more ugliness. But when you look outside the self and you build into the context of love and you create joy. And this is why I keep on seeing if these are relationships where someone was making someone feel ugly, right? That was making someone feel less than. This is the energy that almost recognizes that choosing to move away from situations like that says, I don't choose to inhabit a space that feels like I'm constantly in a place of lack, right? That's not going away, right? There's nothing you can do. If someone looks towards you and sees you lacking, right? They'll always see you in a lack space because we don't look to each other conditionally. We arrive to each other in a point of joy, which says, I am good with who I am and I appreciate who you are. And this is why when we build into the context of finding that space of loving ourselves, it allows the context by which we can love others around us. Because if I hate myself and you try to enter in a relationship with me, then all I'm going to see are more reasons to hate myself. But when we're working in the context of building into loving and appreciating and valuing the self and honoring the self, then we build into the relationships that expand upon that energetic feeling, right? And that's not to say that we aren't doing work on the self. That's not to say that we consider ourselves perfect, but we understand where we're working on things. We understand, we understand that there's things that we can always get better at. And so I keep on seeing that this is a lot of the energy that's building into the context of relationship that says, if I'm good with myself and I know what my assignment is, then I know that the energetic connection for me will also be doing that work. And it's not going to create a feeling of distaste or that feeling of rejection. Because when someone comes towards us and they reject us in our authenticity and the lessons that we're working on, then that's a blessing. That is protection. That is a gift that the universe is giving us to show us, not something we feel like we need to correct for within the self, unless the articulation point of another's revulsion is something that triggers us, that we identify is something that we want to do better, taking the energetic note. Well, for a lot of this energy right now, this is what I keep on seeing for the energy coming into divine union, clarification, right? Yep, there's that balance point. All of this energy right now, the chariot energy, that's moving deeper into divine union, they're all in Libra. They're all in Libra hermit energy. So a lot of the justice card with the hermit card, because this is the energy that says, finally. What is this energy saying when they come into union? Finally, I can begin. Finally, I can begin. Because entering into union is not the end of the story, it is the beginning of the story. That when we're able to build in the context of the balance that we find in ourselves, it finally gives us the ability to begin to concentrate and to work on ourselves, to allow ourselves to flourish. While for masculine and feminine energy that is deep within divine union, this is what I keep on seeing with the combination force of the Seven of Pentacles in combination with our Two of Wands in its reversal. We've got here the Five of Cups. The 10 of Cups in its reversal, right? And so I keep on seeing that there's a lot of this work for the energy deep within divine union, like doing a lot of, like, I keep on seeing, like, it's not about what's ideal, is what I keep on hearing for energy deep within divine union. It's not about what's ideal. It's understanding that ideal is what you make from less than ideal circumstances, right? It's not about building into the context of stepping away when something isn't energetically ideal. It's identifying and recognizing what one can do to make something energetically better. Because when we're building in the context of recognizing and articulating that, we don't fall to our knees and say, why is this happening? We stand up and say, what do I need to do? How can I move something in a direction of moving towards something that feels like it's more energetically productive, right? It's like it's not the falling to and this is where the Mars and Leo is coming in. It's not the falling to the knees that says, what why me? It's an energetic moment that you kneel and say, it is an honor to move in accordance with, even if it's difficult, right? It's an honor. It's not a woe, it's an honor. Continuing to get clarification between our Two of Wands in its reversal in combination with our Justice card. These two cards are very similar, by the way. Can I get one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our Ten of Pentacles in its upright. So there's something, I keep on seeing, there's something very significant and important right now as it relates to understanding the value of the self is what I keep on saying, because for a lot of the energy right now, I want to say deep within divine union, I keep on hearing a lot of conversation, like a lot of work in relationality to working through things. And I keep on hearing like the validation point of recognizing the difference between a productive conversation and a refusal point is having an ear for things. And we can often tell when we're moving more in the space of the ego when we don't want to listen, is what I keep on hearing. When we don't, it's like the ego is earmuff energy, right? The ego energy is blah, 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 blah. But it's working in the, like, you have to understand that, and I keep on seeing here, there's a differentiation between the ability, I keep on hearing, listening for energetic progress is effectively the space of being able to hear someone out, right? That when we come into that space and when we work on the non-reactivity of the self, it allows for a broadness of conversation where you don't necessarily have to agree to something or agree to someone, but you can understand the sensitivity or logic by which another person is speaking towards that allows for that adaptability point. But this is why I keep on seeing that the only thing that the energy deep within divine union refuses to do is have a conversation built on absurdity. What often happens with conversations that are ego driven, they don't make any sense. They don't make a lick of sense, right? Because when someone's operating from a space of refusal, when the ego is so heavy that one cannot speak over it because the ego is just dominating the conversation, right? It doesn't allow for any connectivity of ideas, right? It's like, and it's funny too. And the irony is that those who are too much in their ego, nobody wants to talk to them, right? When you're so much in your ego, and you refuse to hear other people, it creates its own force field. Like, it creates its own force field. It just creates its own force field. And so even in that space, it's like the like it's, and I keep on seeing it's working through the context of identifying and recognizing that the value of being able to communicate and talk through things, right? Those connectivity points, it's where the work begins, even if it's uncomfortable, right? Because healthy relationship can navigate unhealthy, like, no, healthy relationship can navigate difficult conversation, right? And unhealth, and too much ego allows for a refusal of hearing anything that isn't indulgent towards it. While for masculine and feminine energy that is coming into divine union, this is why I keep on seeing that this is the energy that's coming into that space of feeling like they can remove their armor or lay their armor down, right? because this is the energy that when they build into the context of feeling that they're with an energetic person, where again, it's not that they have to be perfect, but they're welcomed in the embrace of working towards the context of the self. It's the energy that feels like they can lay their armor down, because this is the energy that says, this is a safe space. This is a place where I know that my vulnerability is energetically cherished. And that is something that we create. We cherish each other's vulnerability by maintaining and creating a space of reliability as it relates to the balance point that we find within, right? We feel comfortable to be vulnerable when we can trust that another person will articulate upon something that's bothering them instead of harboring it, right? And this is why I see a lot of the energy right now. Like I keep on hearing like the energy right now that is coming into like in separation is like no more passive aggressiveness. This is a lot of this energy right now that is in separation that's going no more passive aggressiveness, because here's the thing, passive aggressiveness is often indicative of something that's coming from the ego, because when we have a frustration point, right, something that bothers us that we can't talk towards, it's usually something that we need to check. You know, it's usually something that we need to explore, right? Because that space of passive aggressiveness, right? When we work in that context, like anything that is energetically bothering us, we can articulate upon, right? I told you the emotions that come with their prescription, right? The ability to talk about something in a way that feels like it opens things up. But when we're moving passive aggressively, you know, it creates those moments that others like, they feel like they have to walk on eggshells around us because we don't like, it's like, we don't know why are they mad? I don't know why they're mad. Like, I don't know why they're mad. Like, did I do something? Maybe I did something. Maybe like it's wondering, like, again, the energy that I have to wonder what's going on all the time, it creates its own feeling of energetic anxiety. So we see even now that there's almost like this energy that's happening with, like, this is why it's magician energy and separation, because this is the energy that says if there's something wrong, you're going to tell me. Like, this is the energy goes, if there's something wrong, you're going to tell me. I'm not going to have to sit here and try to figure out with like an abacus and like charting the stars to figure out what is going on. Because when the ego has something wrong with it, you like, and this is the thing, that's the thing with trauma. Sometimes the ego is just feels like that because it feels good, but it's not. We've talked about this. You can't go into trauma. Trauma is created in spaces where things happen with no logic, right? That is where trauma lives. And you cannot go into trauma trying to get reason. If you try to dive into trauma to get reason, you'll usually find more confusion. It's like it's like the confusion scarf. It just keeps coming out. It's just one confusion after another, one silliness after another. It's like a pile of ridiculousness, and it's all just trauma. And that's why, again, coming into the space of not having to work in the context of trying to feel out what's wrong, but being able to articulate it allows for an ability to heal something, because you can move straight to the space of rightness. Final card for today's spread, between our 10 of Cups in its reversal, in combination with our 10 of Pentacles in its upright. Boom, 9. It doesn't have to be that complicated. 9 of Swords, the gift of healing. Trauma is complicated. Trauma is confusing. Trauma, you're like, I don't know why. I don't know what's happening. I don't know. We just do this, whatever. Like, but when you are able to heal energetic trauma, it feels like a wave of relief, because it's moving through into practicality. It moves us through into what feels recognizable. It's like a breath of fresh air, right? And so I keep on seeing that there's a lot of this energy here that's working in that space. The valuation point of healing is the work that makes energetic sense. Healing is the work that allows us to find, to address the things that we need to address, right? And when we start moving into the space of the ego, right? Like, why are you doing that? like, it's just like the confusion point that creates its own confusion point. So I keep on seeing, and I keep on seeing here that there's something about, and I need to point this out. It's not saying to me that the energy in separation isn't doesn't have like eccentricities. I need to stress this. Um, the eccentricity point, like often the eccentricity things that we do, like sometimes, like sometimes we can't explain them, but we often recognize that the difference between trauma and eccentricity is the eccentricity is something weird that we do that doesn't hurt anybody. Like I keep on hearing the eccentricity that is just us. It just feels good to do something. Again, feels good is good versus those moments that feel like, that create trauma in another, right? So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that. There's a lot of that unpacking, if you will, as it relates to like healthy practice, healthy habits. Like almost like it feels like almost like it's interesting because the reason I keep on seeing that the energy is in its magician is it almost feels like a skill share. It's like the energy. It's like an energy it's in the vibration of a skill share because I told you everything's on the table. Like this is what I do. What do you do? What do you do to handle like what do you do to handle the horrors? This is what I'm doing to handle the horrors. Like it's giving a little bit like that. Um, while for masculine and feminine energy that is coming into divine union, this is why I keep on feeling like there's a massive heart opening that's happening right now for a lot of the energy coming into divine union, because this is the energy that says, what is the energy saying as they move deeper into divine union? Finally, finally, because this is the energy that says they understand that coming into union is not the end, it's the beginning. It's not the story. The storybook ending is the start of everything, right? The journey into the internal journey of the self begins in finding the energetic union point outside of the self, because it's that in that moment that the energy finally has the opportunity to begin the work of the self in that stabilization point. While for masculine and feminine energy, deep within divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, there's a lot of work right now as it relates to identifying and recognizing. I keep on hearing there's energy right now deep within divine union that's working to heal trauma. And a lot of that trauma, and what's hard about healing trauma is that I keep on getting trauma creates a knot. Like trauma creates a knot. And what's interesting about this right now, I need to say this. I know you're hearing me say trauma creates a knot, K-N-O-T, which it does. Trauma sometimes can create knots, but trauma creates not as in N-O-T, right? Not as in not. And often sometimes when we come through trauma, the reason trauma is we leave trauma with the wrong lessons, right? This is what the difficulty point is with trauma. Sometimes the worst thing about trauma is we depart from the trauma having learned the wrong lesson. So when we're ready to work out the knots in our trauma, it's those moments that we readdress the knots that we built in an experience of trauma to recognize if the knot is the sacred, the exquisite in existence of the sacred knot, something that we know to be like we hold on to because it's important, versus sometimes leaving trauma environments where we build a knot against something that isn't something that we can explain, which is often articulating upon something that we need to let go of. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that work that's happening here, but it's difficult because it's hard, it's resistant, and it's requiring like a lot of that, like moving through something that's not easy. But sometimes the only way we can move something into a space that we aspire it to be, like if you've hurt something and you want to move it, you move it to get the energetic flexibility back. So it's working through something to try to understand it in a better way. And I feel like that's why I see that the partners are helping each other, because the counterparts are helping each other identify like what someone is holding on to too tightly, versus potentially even things that another person is articulating one should hold on to even more tightly. Bottom of the deck on this reading, Yeah, especially with the 10 of Wands in its upright. Um, this is Taurus energy. This is like this card for me. And you guys, if you guys go to my tarot classes, you know I have a different astrological connection to cards beyond what others do. This is very much a Taurus card for me. The thing about like the, and we're going to go through this. We're going to go through this for all my Taurus babies out there. Here's the thing: um, the difference between stubbornness and tenacity is entirely on what you're holding on to. Okay. Like we often have to have these conversations when we enter Taurus season, right? Because it's an absolute gift. Like it's an absolute gift to hold on to things, okay? If they're important, okay, if they're important, the ability, the quality of holding on to something and refusing to let go of it when it's important, okay, is profound. It shapes us as people. It is what defines us. It is what drives us. That is tenacity. Okay, that is tenacity. But, 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 okay, when we hold on to something for no other reason than it makes us feel good to hold on to it, right? And or even worse, we're scared to let go of it, but we can't explain why. That can often be indicative of working through stubbornness, right? And that's a refusal. Like I was describing this the other day as the Garth energy, because Taurus energy sometimes has a hard time with change, right? I like to describe it with like, if you've ever seen that scene in Wayne's World, where like the person comes up and tells Garth about all the things are about to change, and Garth just like has a clock in front of him and just destroys the clock. Like, so working through, remember, okay, I want to say this. The way you can usually tell the difference between something that you're being stubborn about versus something that you're being tenacious about is it's not picky unless it's important. Okay? It's not picky unless it's important. If you're holding on to something and it is incredibly, incredibly important, then that is tenacity because it helps you see the higher self in the process of articulating the reasons why, right? It's the divine explanation. We'll never stop talking about it. But when we're being stubborn, right? Because I said so. Because it's like as we started that, like it's just it's so I want you to think about that as we navigate some of this energy, because I feel like it's going to be like, as every Taurus season, it's going to be working towards understanding and recognizing the difference between tenacity, right, which can explain itself, versus stubbornness, which doesn't make any sense. So if you do that work on the self, and make sure you're applying those same practices as it relates to others, because that's where we keep on seeing that, like that's where we get the energy of majesty. Taurus embodies the majestic energy, right? That's why it's all shoulder energy, because that's why when we bow, we show each other our shoulders, because it says like it's an honor to carry it. So that ability of understanding and recognizing, it's not about letting things go, or letting everything go. It's understanding why you're carrying the things you're carrying and why they're so important. That is our daily collective read. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can do so on my website. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember, I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a personal reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a private reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I encourage you to do it there. Also, a couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Hangman card. Our next class will happen on Wednesday, May 22nd at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Death card. If you would like to become a part of our tarot class program, all you need to do is mosey on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I do my best to give you guys a recap in each and every class, but the material is there for you to receive when you're ready to receive it. You will also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything we are studying. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of classes, you will also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library archive. That's over access to over 13 hours worth of material in an ever-growing library. You will also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally and assess where you are on your tarot journey and give you the best updates in terms of how to utilize those classes most effectively going forward. The things I try to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in those classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified to any giveaway information. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, because those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, at a discounted rate. Also, for my clients, that I'm very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, and that is you can purchase those per dream or as a series. If you purchase the dream package, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again on Wednesday. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Lay. Lay, you've gotten our highest gifter. And thank you as well, Nikki. You got our second highest gift. If anyone else would like to get, you'll also have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, we are still doing we're doing another giveaway when we get to 50K. I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. We are already at 46.5K likes. Keep on tapping the screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. But if you'd like to get on the list right now, the list is open. Andreas, thank you for the follow. Scattered, I don't want you speaking like that, dear. I want you to write down all of the things that are positive right now. I want you to work on that gratitude journal. Okay? I'm sending you so much support on that journey. Thank you, Jessica, for being here and receiving these messages. Okay? You are safe here. You are seen here and supported, and your energy is valuable here. We need you, okay? Virtual, to be perfectly honest, I felt alive and free during the eclipses. I would see if you were born during eclipses virtual. You know, some of us aren't as some of us are able to navigate the energy of the eclipses a little bit easier. It can be very intense, right? Because the thing is they're unpredictable because they don't have qualities. It's like an amplifier. It just makes everything bigger in those moments. Not always good to get in the groove. Well, and here's the thing, Anon, there's good grooves, and this is the thing we work towards, right? There's good grooves and there's bad grooves, right? Like what do we define as a bad groove is something that we would define as like an unhealthy habit, something that we're trying to move away from. Good groove is practice, right? Good groove is something that feels like it fortifies us. Abby, I have followed Michael Lennox 5+ years. I don't leave the house. I have no idea who that is. But thank you for letting us know. And thank you as well for sharing the live, James. You're so welcome, Scattered. You have a beautiful day too. And thank you for being here. And I hope these messages helped. You're amazing too. All right. We need your sparkle here. Okay. Continue to focus on that. Lay, Neptune has a T-square rectangle and you in my chart. Thank you for confirming, Lay. Oh, a yacht and oh, that's wild. That's wild, Lay. The woe is me, woe is you. Yep, I fall into that sometimes. I know. We all do. Listen, we all do. We all do. We all have those moments, right? It feels good to feel bad. You know, like it feels good sometimes to come into those spaces. And that's why, like, we can have those moments to work in that context, That's how we talk about honoring our feelings, but not dwelling in them, right? We can honor how we feel, but not dwell in them. Woe is me, woe is me, woe is you, called out. Thank you as well, Lay or Lee. Funny. And if I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. Addie, funny. I'm dealing with a Taurus who's always gotten their way. And then I came along. Oh no, you're the no, yeah, Cappy. Cappy will a Capricorn will cure Taurus of that. Cappy will cure Taurus of that. Really quickly, really quickly. Like I like to describe like a Taurus and Cap as like being like, this is the way we do things, and Cap's like, that's not gonna work. You listen to me. No, you listen to me. Like, hi there, Carla. Trishina, yes. I want to build with someone who is just as passionate about the direction. Tap to claim. Don't say I want to, say I am. I'm working towards that. Perfect doesn't exist. It's a cardinal direction, not a location, E36. I prefer dogs because they never disappoint. Well, that's the thing. I mean, like they like, dogs are like, oh, They make sense. Yep. And thank you as well, Trishina. Oh, I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Evie. I hope I send you support on that healing journey. In group therapy, we always say it can be both. That's beautiful. I love that, Lay. It can be hard and worth living. Beautifully said. Absolutely. I absolutely love that. I'm going to pin that right there. And thank you for sharing that message. Absolutely beautiful. All right. Thank you as well. How are you doing today, Katie? 1222, tap to claim, E36. Sanctuary, tap to, it really is like that's the energy right now. Evie, I'm beyond ecstatic that I found this. I'm so glad you found it too, dear. My last one, sending you so much support, Addie. Cancer here. What's up, Elisa? Thank you for confirmation up too. Did the video go out for anyone? It didn't go out on my end. I'm not sure. What is going on with the Scorpio moon rising and Cancer sun? I mean, this is why I think that we're seeing a lot of transformation right now. And I gotta tell you, like, let me just take a peek here. One of the things we just have to recognize is, what are you talking about with the Scorpio, like the Scorpio moon? What's going on with your Scorpio moon rising and Cancer sun? I got you, Katie. Scorpio moon, you're saying you got Scorpio moon and rising. So I was about to say Scorpio. I was like, moon's not in Scorpio. What's going on here? you know, Scorpio moon and rising in Cancer sun, I think that a lot like this could be a little bit triggering because I gotta say, like, you have to articulate how you feel, right? Not requiring another person to try to have to figure it out, right? Coming into the space of speaking openly about how you feel might be it may be feeling very triggering because with all of this all of this energy in coming into Aries, it's working through intimacy wounds, right? Evie, I understand, hasn't really left. His energy's completed me. Sending you so much support, Evie. You had to leave and come back to be in the room. Thank you for letting me know as well, Facing the unavoidable. Tap to claim E36. It really is Taurus and hair, Trishina. It's so true. Taurus is persistent. Gotta give it to them. No, and I gotta point out, healthy Taurus energy is tenacious. It's working in the space of majesty, right? It's working on building into the context of building into what it is that's important. It's a lot that's why when a Taurus is in a healed space, they create beautiful spaces for themselves and those around them. You know, my dad was Earth Day, and tomorrow he would have been 95. Wow, Taurus to the bone. That's beautiful, Evie. And Mama, thank you for the follow. Evie, those who don't like others are unhappy with their own lives. Precisely. Thank you. Tap to claim, Evie. Hi, Jacob. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Thank you for the compliment, Sophia. Definitely deep in temperance lessons. Yeah, that's what it is. Like a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union. This is temperance stuff. And psychic medium Pam, thank you for the follow. How you doing today, Fatima? I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. You'll be the 5th person read for today. Oh, Kath. Yep, I've got you, dear. I've got you right after Evelyn. Jocelyn, Knight of Cups comes a lot to me lately. I think it's good. No, it is because I'm seeing here the thing with and thank you, Zariah, for that beautiful gift. Um, the thing with the Knight of Cups is it's saying to me, it's like Knight of Cups is all about peace offerings. It's all about chivalry. It's all about the work it takes to be able to extend something from a place of energetic consistency. It's a beautiful card if it's coming up a lot in your readings right now. Hi there, Notorious. And Dada, thank you for the follow. Evie, I paid for, yep, I've got you on the list, dear. Okay, dear, again, so whenever you need to come back, you'll be, when you come back, just let me know and you'll be added to the list. Have a lovely day, Evie. And thank you, Amanda, for the follow. Jocelyn, I'm sick of being someone I'm not. Agreed. Sending you support on that journey. And Frank, thank you for the roses. Kat, thank you for the follow. Frank, thank you for the follow. Jocelyn, I accept. I mean that with work. Not so much in person relationships. Those are good. Sending you support on that journey as well, Jocelyn. Assignment on point. Build or leave. Tap to claim, Trishina. And Shine, thank you for the follow. Labeth, thank you for the follow as well. And Sydney, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome, Trishina. I hope you have a beautiful day. Thank you for the compliment, Unseen. Speaking to my soul right now, thank you, Will, for receiving these messages. And Naomi, thank you as well for the follow. Haley, yes, my Libra man, finally starting to do the work. I'm so happy to hear that, Haley. Sending you support on that journey. Lay, just got the Chariot reverse on bottom of the deck for my 5-card spread. And here's I feel like that's look, I got to point out that's very similar to a 10 of wands in its upright. Understanding and recognizing the hurdle is the first step. I like what you said about divine protection. Thank you, Will, for receiving these messages. I'm so glad yours did. I just had to divorce mine. Oh, Lay, sending you support on that journey. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that you're moving into connection with someone that's in alignment with you, dear, and that's honoring that. Thank you, Lay, for sharing that story with us. All I want to do is for my best self, so I don't do it to my guy what my ex did to me. Listen, that is all Chiron journey, right? Chiron journey teaches us we don't dish out what we've received. We work in the context of doing something better. This is so good. Thank you, Bluma. And thank you, Nikki. Stuck in the story. Sending you so much support. Thank you, Bluma, for being here and receiving these messages. Not stuck for me. I like that, Miss Melissa. I'm happy, my love, because my boss and me, um, I'm not sure what that means, Jacob, but I hope you're doing well. And Sydney, thank you for the follow. You're welcome, Jacob. And thank you, Lay, for all of those roses. Yeah, I mean, again, it's talking through, and this is what we talk through as it relates to passive aggression. It's like it's confusing. It creates trauma. Thank you as well, Michael. Oh, thank you, bro. I love you, bro. Thank you, Speckled. I appreciate you as well. Blessings to you too. Miss Melissa, I've been pulling cards with you. I pulled 3 justices out of 20 cards on the table. You pulled 3 justices? Are you working with 3 different decks? Hi there, Poe. Tupasi. Oh, Nick, I appreciate it. All right, and thank you, Lay, for subscribing. Hi there, Jakey. Exquisite, the exquisite of, yep, the exquisite persistence of the sacred knot. Jacob, this time not scared, never through fear, always bravery. And 101 shine, tap to claim. Oh, that's cool. I was so happy to be able to read for him. I always listen, I always consider it the highest honor when someone who reads has me read. So I appreciate it. I'm glad I was able to give him that message. Earthling, thank you for the follow. Double-edged tenacity sword. I like that, Alexandra. I came back in just to be time to be called out. Taurus in the 5th house. Oh man, yeah. Taurus in the 5th house. Taurus in the 5th house is like, I'm not like, you can disagree with me. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere until you change your mind. I'll just sit here. No, it's fine. No, you can think like that. No, don't mind me. I'm just gonna sit here. I'll be back here tomorrow. See if you change your mind. Like, choose. Should I go? I'm happy to read for you on that choose. If you'd like to go on the list is open. Oh, Mother Lodge, Taurus who dressed up as Garth for Halloween last year. I love for that. I love it. Garth is like, to me, Garth is like the Taurus of Tauruses. You know, he's like, let's just, everything stays the way it is. We don't change it. Is Taurus season good for healing addictions? Yes, but you can't go cold turkey on things. It's not going to be easy. Like it's not going to be, you can't, like, don't try to cold turkey something during Taurus season. Like if you're going to cold turkey something, you do it during Aries season. If you're going to do a healing in Taurus, you have to do it through increments, right? You're going to say, I'm going to take a little bit here, a little bit more. Like it's an endurance. You have to look at healing as an endurance exercise to see how long you can go without something. Earthling, I hope that helps. And my Nth and Lilith in 3rd house and 4th. Yeah, that's intense, right? Like I keep on getting that type of energy shines. Like that took a turn quick. Like that's like, you probably have a lot of situations where you're like, that took a turn quick. Like everything was fine until Dylan, thank you for those hearts. And Loki, thank you for the follow. Taurus needs a vacation. I mean, Taurus always needs it. Like Taurus is the I deserve a little treat of the signs. Like Taurus always needs a vacation. A Taurus in a good space makes their life a vacation. I gotta tell you, most Tauruses I know, they get more stressed when they're on vacation. Like they get more stressed because just as Taurus gets comfortable on vacation, they have to go away again. Like vacations for Taurus are very difficult things. Like it's very different. Like Taurus is like all about like the stay at home vacation, you know? It's a lot of heavy baggage. It's tiring. It's worth it though, choose. Sending you support on that journey. You're so welcome, Elisa and Shine. Thank you for sharing the live. Thank you, Ducky. You're welcome, dear. Jocelyn, it's so late for us, Eastern Coast, the class. I know, I know. Listen, Jocelyn, it's very difficult for me. I recognize that the 9 o'clock class is a bit of a push, but I also want to accommodate those who are on the West Coast because if I do that, like, I'm a 6 o'clock seems like the sweet spot. I will also point out that the reason I offer it as a program is if you can't be there for the live class, you can catch the recording and the course material. But I appreciate I appreciate the note. It was a hard decision for me as well. But I did try to build into a space that I felt like would be able to accommodate, allowing for that point. Thank you for the feedback, though. I'll definitely take it into consideration. Thank you, Jocelyn. Yes, always be open to receive the blessings coming to you, Jacob. And thank you, Kath, for those gifts. I wonder how Taurus in eighth differs from Aries in eighth, comparing my Western and Vedic. It's interesting. I mean, and I got to point out, this is why Aries and Taurus are so in such close proximity, right? Because you have to recognize that each sign work is learning the lesson of the next one. You know, like Aries is all about start energy. Taurus is all about commitment to the start. So it's interesting because I would say that, um, like that would say to me that you might have a lot of work as it relates to like not overcommitting yourself to things, right? Like trying to work on what it is that you commit to yourself to, but also understanding that the only way to take something on is to let something else go, you know? Thank you for the compliment, super. You're so welcome, Haley. Hi there, Lay. Thank you, Dada, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hi there, G Star. I'm doing well. How are you doing today? And welcome to those joining us across the other apps. Hi there, Victory. I hope you're having a beautiful day. If anyone who's on the other apps would like to get on the list as well, all you need to do is send a donation via my tree that has links in it in my bio. And Emiliana, thank you for the follow. Jessica, I've got you, dear. You're after Kathleen. And I've got you, Kath. Nikki, and if anyone else wants to get on the list for today, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth person read for. Nikki, my only Taurus placement is in Vertex and seventh house. Not sure what that means. It's interesting because like I find again, I have a different interpretation than others do. For me, seventh house is divinity. So it's being able to recognize like God in like the God, like God in the perpetuity of things, you know? I'm with you. I have got almost no Taurus placements. Honor how we feel. Tap to claim V. Leia, thank you for correcting me. Leia, got it. I was close. Okay, I'll keep that in mind going forward. Thank you. Mother, oh, that tracks. Taurus with a cap, husband. Sag and Scorpio, boys. Oh man, yeah, oh no. Yeah, I mean like a Sag and Scorpio, oh boy. Yeah. Yeah, that's gonna yeah, I see it. But I mean, here's the thing, like you're gonna be like not on my watch. You know what I mean? The cap is gonna be more pragmatic about how to handle the Sag and Scorpio, right? You're probably like absolutely not to them a lot. Like, oh no, 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 no. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Jacob. And guys, we got to 50K, so we're gonna do the drawing. Thank you guys. And thank you, KM, for the follow. All right. Hold on a minute, just reading over the comments. Oh my goodness, your big three are all Scorpio? You're a triple Scorpio, Rosie? Holy smokes. And congrats, thank you so much for that beautiful gift, Soraya. You've got a Scorpio stellium. I mean, that's like, I like that because like I like a Scorpio stellium because you're always like you can find intrigue everywhere. You're like, what's going on with that? You know? Like you're just you're like very good at reading into things. Me too. You got 5 Scorpio placements. That's wild. Thank you for those gifts, Rosie. Have a great day, Jacob. Thank you for the hearts, Leah. And KM, thank you for the follow. Air, thank you for the follow. Miss Melissa, yes, multiple decks, only pulled 20 cards. That's wild. Look, we're coming out of that Libra full moon energy, man. Right? It's a lot of work right now as it relates to balance. You know? Thank you as well. This is true. Leah, that's absolutely me at work. I wait till they see their way. It doesn't work, then go, so my way. Yeah, you gotta have like it's giving a lot of patience of Job there, Leah. And thank you guys for getting us to 50K. The Taurus is definitely the I need a little treat of the no, it's that Taurus is the I deserve a little treat of the zodiac. But I gotta tell you, like, it's because, and this is why, look, it's because Taurus hate vacation, right? Like Taurus get more stressed out on vacation, right? It like the healthy Taurus like has the life that feels like a vacation because it takes so long for Taurus to get comfortable. It's like vacations feel like ridiculous to Taurus because Taurus is like, as soon as I get cozy, I gotta go. You know, my husband's a Taurus, treats every day. Exactly. Bridget, oh my goodness, that's so true. Vacations, yeah, Taurus it's a complicated, right? Because it's like unless they're going to be there for like weeks, like just as they get comfortable, they got to go again, right? And that's why they like often like the home vacation, because again, a Taurus will often try to work to make their home feel like it's all about the groove. They'll be like, oh, why do I have to go anywhere? Everything I need's here. As a Sun Scorpio, stellium in Scorpio across from Saturn in Taurus. Yeah. But this energy right now for you, Miss Melissa, is probably absolutely wacky. You know? You're like, I'm just gonna take a seat and see how this turns out. Jocelyn, my best friend is an Aries and my husband's a Taurus. I'm a Virgo in between, and it's funny sometimes. Oh, I can see it. Oh no, yeah, like that's great. But those are good placements, right? Because like Virgo with Aries is great because it's like conversations of feelings have nothing to do with it, right? It's not about what you feel, it's about what you do with the energetic feelings. And the Taurus energy is going to be is I mean, here's the thing, Virgo and Taurus together can be very, very beautiful because it's recognizing the little things, like as long as you guys are in a healed space, um like Taurus and Virgo together, like it's really it's beautiful because it's gonna be like I keep on like that's just it's just refined taste. You know what I mean? It's just like refined taste is all I hear. Um, hold on a minute, just reading over. Triple Scorpio is intense. And peanut butter, thank you for the follow. Good to see you, Erica. My brother was a Libra, but not much for vacation. Libras are Libras, Libras don't want to go to all the work of having to go somewhere often. Like that's the thing with Libras, which is Libras are like, can we just skip the travel part? Like Libras just want a teleporter. Like Libras will be like, how long does it take to get there? Like that's everything Libra will say. They got to make you can't the travel can't exceed the amount of travel can't exceed the time that you're going to be somewhere. Taurus and home vacation. Yep, yeah, it's yeah. Like why go anywhere? Like why don't we just put a hot tub in the backyard? Like Taurus is like, why go to the beach? Let's get a pool. Like you know what I mean? Like let's just make this the vacation spot. Hi there, Shy. I'm a Virgo and I love Aries. No, I'm like Virgo and Aries because like Virgo and Aries, you're not going to take things personally. You know what I mean? Like it's like you're not it's like it's a lot of like work hard, play hard kind of energy. Yeah, they're fun and funny. Yep. But I have to say, if you're feeling like that, like I have to say, Psyche, that probably means you're a very healed Virgo, right? Because the thing is, Aries can be kind of clumsy. You know what I mean? Like the fact that you're identifying, like the fact that you're not mortified by the Aries, the fact that you find it funny and entertaining is like often Virgo with Aries. Virgo looks at Aries and goes, I could never. Like I could never. I could never is usually what you'll hear in that connection. Um, it's like Virgo and Aries, like Virgo is going to love Aries for the shock value of the Aries, and the Aries is going to love the Virgo because they can see like how like they can see like the Virgo like appreciating the shock value. Is eighth house stelliums a similar energy to Scorpio stelliums? Um, I feel like fifth house is closer to a Scorpio stellium. You know, eighth house for me feels more closer akin to like a Cancer stellium. In my that's just that's me reading into the energy. Sim, thank you for that subscription, dear. Yes, absolutely. I love both those relationships for different reasons. Oh no, I can see it. Yeah, you're just squat in the middle of those two. I need to remember that as a Virgo. I know it's the thing with Virgo energy is Virgo energy often comes here to work through lessons of perfection. So as long as you stop holding yourself to like remember perfection is a cardinal direction, right? It's not a location. It's like the minute you can kind of appreciate that your job isn't to be perfect, it's to strive for perfection. It's a gift that you give to those around you, you know? Hold on a minute. I just lost my spot. I'm an Aries and I love Virgos. You see, this is why, because every Aries love Virgo because like the mortification point of the Virgo being like, you did what? And be like, tee hee. So true. Thank you, Autumn. Jocelyn, at some point, I need to find out about all these houses and other placements. I don't know mine. You can usually, as long as you know the place, location, and time of your birth, you can get a chart pulled. I can always recommend great astrologers, or there's also online places that'll just give you the placements. Unless he was going to gastronomic tours of restaurants. Okay, that's true. Actually, yes, 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 yeah. Look, Libra and Taurus, they're like the straight access point to their heart is directly through their stomach. It's like I baked you a cake. Come in. Like, I don't want to talk to you. I brought a cake. I guarantee you find me a Libra or a Taurus that won't talk to you, you bring a treat. Okay. You bring a treat. You come back to me. You tell me how that went. Okay. I want to hear how quickly that I'll never talk to you again changes to this is why I have speeding tickets. Hi there, Autumn. Virgo Sun, Aries rising. I love that comedy, right? Because that's just like that Virgo Aries is don't start anything, there won't be anything. Like Virgo Aries is like, they started it. Like Virgo Aries is like, they started it. I will always finish it. Impossible to talk deep conversations with my Cancer placements. Yeah, here's the thing it's hard for Cancer placements. I know because it's like the shutters like automatically snap shut, you know? Like I like this, and the funny thing is, and this is like a trick I've seen the Cancers do. When Cancers really want to have a conversation with you, they will take it out of their house. A Cancer will bring themselves somewhere to have an open conversation because they know that their ability to close up is such that a good like some Cancer energy will put themselves in a situation where they can't like they'll be like I have seen Cancers do this. They'll be like they will cage themselves somewhere so that they can't close up to have a conversation because like they're like you know Oh my God, she's so clumsy. Oh no, Aries are like, they're so clumsy, like both figuratively, no, yeah, like walks into walls. No, I'm telling you, this is why like Virgo and Aries love each other because Aries are just like, "Bah!" and Virgo are like watching every step, and like the Aries will be like so like trying to talk to the Virgo so much that they'll just like slam into a wall and they'll just get back up and keep going. Like, did anybody see that? And Virgo will be like, I did. I mean, but it's not, here's the thing though, you have to understand, it's not that Virgos are picky, it's that Virgos embody perfection. Like I tell you, this is like a joke that if you know a Virgo, watch what happens when a Virgo walks into a room. Everybody straightens up. They don't even have to know the person's a Virgo. Like this. Like just watch for it. You'll see it. When a Virgo walks into a room, they bring present. Like it's a lot of that, like, like they're like you don't even mean to do it. Yep. Virgos, yep. And thank you, Sim, for subscribing. With age, yeah, and this is what happens with age because this is the path work, right? So for a lot of Virgos, like Virgos, at first they're like, it can be holding oneself to impossible standards and then feeling like everyone's disappointing you. But then the minute you start to ease those standards and you start giving the compassion to the self, you suddenly recognize and feel that sense of compassion all around you, right? It's like it's working in accordance of refining the standards. What do Tauruses come here to learn? Tauruses come here to learn the difference between tenacity and stubbornness. Taurus come here to learn the difference between, and we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it in the next class that we have for the death card, because it's Taurus often come here to heal their relationship to change, and so it can be really different. It can be very difficult because for a lot of Taurus placements, like understanding that uncomfortability, like you have to move towards uncomfortability to get to a sweeter place, right? And so sometimes this can be really difficult for a Taurus because they can get caught in situations like nothing's worse than a Taurus that feels like they're in a rut, but is too afraid to change to come out of it because you have to go through uncomfortability to get out of a rut. So it's healing the relationship to change, um, like allows the Taurus to come out of stubbornness and into tenacity, because it's not the fear of change that holds the Taurus back. It's embracing what one holds on to in the wake of change, if that makes sense. Thank you for that question, Chrissy. Nicole, my Cancer can't stand me anymore. I think because I see through them. I mean, listen, I think that, often, those with Cancer placements, I think that often, it's hard about Cancer placements is that Cancer placements often have energy that thinks that they can't stand them, but the truth is the Cancers really hurt, you know? Like that's the difficulty point. Like sometimes Cancer energy will often have energy think that others can't stand, like others think they can't, like this is why I always try to work like a lot with Cancer placements, because Cancers will have energy thinking that another person hates them, but really they're just too embarrassed to heal something. Like a Cancer is mortified by their behavior, and so they pull away, and another person thinks that the person, the energy, hates them. It takes a lot. It takes a lot for a Cancer to hate. I've yet to see it. Most of the time there's energy that thinks a Cancer hates them when a Cancer is like hates, like they hate themselves, right? And it's easier, and like that's what's so difficult about this. Is why I was like, I always like work with those with Cancer placements, which being like you have to express how you feel because others see you closing off. You think you're closing off to protect someone, and other people see you closing off to protect someone, and they take it personally. They think that you hate them. Like this is a real challenge point for Cancer placements. Again, I'm a chef and Taurus in the fifth house. There you go. I am going, like, that is you saying, I know you've had the best meal. I'm going to ruin your standard. I'm going to blow the curve. Like, that's you being like, I'm going to blow the curve on what you think is good. That's a perfect placement for someone who's a chef. You're like, I accept the challenge of ruining every meal you'll ever have for the rest of your life. Yes. Where is my food and wine? Tap to claim, Nicole. Thank you. That's a great tip for my Libra. Yep. So true. Thank you, V. Always gonna have snacks. Yes, Leia. Yep. Treats always work. I forgive everything. It's terrible. I'm sorry. I love it. It's really sweet because here's the thing though. Like they'll be like, I will never speak. I'm not speaking to you. Cake? like cake. Right through the stomach. That's definitely a quote. Yeah, no, that's definitely a quote. They started it. Yep. Erica, yes. I'm always telling a story to my Virgo and ending it with teehee. Yeah, he appreciates it. Oh no, no, yeah. Like a Virgo to an Aries, like Virgos are like, I could never, but it's a joy to watch you work. Like that's how it works with Virgo and Aries. Like Aries, Virgo goes to Aries, goes, I could never, but it's a joy to watch you work. Hi there, Esteban, Grand Rising, dear. Just bear with me a moment. I did that myself. Yes. Ta-ding! Nikki, yes, my father does that with me all the time. Cancer can, here's the thing, man, like, and that's the thing, like cancers, man, it hurts. It hurts, and I don't think cancers realize how much it hurts, you know? Like cancers like cancers, when cancers go inwards, others interpret it as a cold shoulder, and that's why it's like, and often the cancers, like when they find out, they're like, like, yeah, like and then I've seen cancers literally like what you're describing, like they think you hate them, and then being like, I don't hate them, I'm mortified at myself, being like, well, you need to say something, right? Because they literally think you hate them. Yep. Aries Sun, Virgo rising. What did I just walk into here? We're talking about a lot of we're talking a lot of the space between Aries and Virgo. Like it's a lot of best friend energy because like, and I gotta say this, like Aries and Virgo are opposite. It's like the opposites attract, right? So like for the Virgo, seeing Aries being like, oh my gosh, you're a walking catastrophe, but it's okay, right? Because when Virgo sees Aries being a walking catastrophe, that somehow everything always works out okay, it starts to help the Virgo with the work of perfectionism. And when Aries sees Virgo being like like Aries sees Virgo and being and like aspires for that, like they're like, wow, like you just have this like you have this like this grace, like you have this like, you know what I mean, like there's this exactness that Aries can never achieve so long as they're healed, right? Because if not, like when they're against each other, it can be a little bit rough. Really, I didn't realize, but I think it overwhelms my Cancer, but I don't see me like that. Yeah, I mean, and that's, but when like when you're a healed Cancer, it becomes easier, right? Because I feel like Cancers, when they're more in the space of healing, it'll often be more like, I just needed a minute. You know what I mean? Like it's the pulling back, but then opening back up. But it can be a challenging space for like, because Cancers almost arrive here in hermit energy, you know? Gemini, it's about being, here's the thing about Gemini. It's honestly, it's like Gemini not like understanding that other energy is not, Gemini energy moves so fast. It's hard for Gemini energy to find things that capture interest. Like Gemini energy can do much more in a single day than other people do. And like you're moving so rapidly that often it's working through um finding way, like often I love this about Gemini energy. It's like Gemini energy is like genius energy. which is like you become a genius by slowing something down that you're doing just like that you do without even thinking. So for a lot of the Gemini energy, like being able to bring slowness to things, finding ways to articulate upon something that you do without even blinking, like that's often like a lot of the work of Gemini is, coming through adaptability to the point of building into energetic consistency, if that makes sense. And Nicole, I do get nasty comments from other and I know, oh, I don't you shouldn't be getting nasty comments from anyone. And again, I'm very sad if that's occurring. I hope that you're surrounding yourself with energy that supports you. And Jessica, thank you for sharing the live. Apes' sun with Pisces sun with Taurus BFF, and we show one another a lot. No, I can see that a Taurus and an air and a Pisces can again be very beautiful together. You know, but it also requires a lot of healing, right? It's a lot of the honoring of the feelings. Nikki, looking at my chart, Libra rising, Lilith and Chiron and Libra, all in 12th house. Wow, it's a lot of balancing. Yeah, it's working through a lot of balance there. That's some heavy. That's a lot of like. It's hard. Like Libra can be difficult because it's understanding that like balance is balance is found. It's not. It's like it's not over trying to overbalance. Yep. Jocelyn, my God, they're grumpy in a rut. No, no, there's nothing worse than a Taurus in a rut. Like there is, it's like it's like lion in winter vibes. You know, it's like it is it is you have to. It's not good. Yep. Nicole, my childhood, but he refused to see it. Exactly. I'm the one paying. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Nicole. You're welcome, Chrissy. It's like it's a refusal to talk, but it's like, it requires the ability to recognize it's safe to do so, and it's hard too because I feel like it's very common. I've seen a lot of cancers that struggle with the fact that they leave things unsaid, you know, and that's why it's really like important for cancers to come into a space of learning. It's like it's safe to communicate how we feel. Am I going to sending you support on that journey, Nicole? I hope that you're healing. Hold on a minute. Is the cake homemade? Exactly. That'll be the next question. That'll be the next question when you're like, I'm never speaking to you again. Cake? Where's it from? Ali- Aaliyah, the tarot can give you indications on what's going to happen in the future, particularly as it relates to energy, to help you kind of understand and move through the lessons. Yes, I could never. Exactly, V. Hi there, Naina. Ruby, I just heard back from my Aries. So you talking about Virgo Aries is funny. Oh, I love that. Good to see you, Ruby. I hope you're doing well today. And Jocelyn, thank you for sharing the live. Cancer seems on denial. I asked not long ago if he hates me exactly. It's not. I'm telling you even now. The thing about like it's like I've seen cancers that say I don't hate, I'm hurt, right? Like that's often what happens with cancers. Cancers are hurting and another person thinks they hate them. Oh my God, Cancer Sun, I can confirm. No one understands. I turn in to regroup, not to punish. I know, but that's the problem. Like that's the problem with cancers. Cancers are like, I'm in recovery mode. And others don't experience as that. They experience it as an abandonment wound in action, right? Because they see you going into recovery mode as a cold shoulder. And that's why it's really important when cancers are doing that. It's like, I need to step, I need them. Like you have to tell someone if you're coming back. I always say this to cancers. You have to say to someone, I'm coming back. Like you need, because it's a lot of this energy. Like it's hard. Yep. Oh, Nicole, no one is perfect. And I hope that, I hope that you're working to understand that. That's not okay if someone's trying to say that they're perfect. You hurt your back. Oh, thank you for, I mean, Fig, make sure you're taking care of yourself. You know, it does make sense. Thank you. And that's the thing about, like, the thing with Geminis is, like, and that's like, this is often a problem with Geminis. Geminis don't like to walk people through doing things because it's faster for them to do it. Geminis are like, just, I'll do it myself. It would take too much work. The patience we give each other is how we help each other. So, like, working in that context of helping others, like, it's a lot of that path work of Gemini is navigating the genius of speed with the slowing down of order. When you remove everyone, there are only one or two left. Hi there, Nicole. Libra Sun, Pisces rising. That's a great combination there. You recognize, you work towards peace. I would not be surprised if you don't help others try to find peace within themselves, or peace around situations, or something about helping others, like, find balance. Hi there, we go. To get a reading, dear, all you send is the donation payment. Buy my tree that is Binkston in my Lio, and you'll be added to the list. And you can find that if you go to my profile. Happy to read for you, dear. All right. All right. And just thank you for the gifts, Kara. He's controlled by mother, yet he knows she is. Oh no. I'm so sorry to hear that that's the case, Nicole. I hope you find healing in that experience. I'm literally making myself a gluten-free birthday cake right now. I love that, Bridget. We can't, I mean, again, I'm happy to pull cards for you on it, Nicole, if you'd like to get on the list, but that's the thing. We have to acknowledge and take accountability for what we're working on. Cancers are harder on themselves, yeah, which transmute to others while they recover. No, it's true. It's very similar to Virgo energy in that way. Like, cancers are very much like, everything I do to you, I do to me first. Exactly. Thank you, Nicole. JE, I can't read my own cards and they're tainted. No, why can't, it's impossible. Listen, JE, it's not just you. I tell my clients and my students, the two hardest people you will ever read for are people that you're closely connected to, and yourself, because the ego wants to intervene. For those who are closely connected to us, it's too hard because we know too much of the TR. It's hard to disambiguate what it is that we know versus what it is that we're reading, and that becomes doubly so in the context of the self, because the ego wants to see stuff. Like, the ego's like, the ego, you'll drop a tower card and the ego will look over and go, is that a good thing? Like, that's a good thing, right? Like, and I even say this, like, like, what you're describing is not unique. And this is why in my classes, like, I always tell others, if they're like, well, I'm reading for myself, I'm having problems, I'm like, well, there's your problem. Like, reading for yourself is literally some of the hardest thing you can do. Fig, as a Gemini, I also find myself in long spans of doing nothing because of, and that's rough too. Yeah, again, because it's like, and that's the thing with Gemini energy, it can sometimes feel very isolating. You know, it's hard to find someone that matches your speed. It's hard to find someone that can keep up, you know? And so that's why, building in the context of slowing down, remembering that that's not, like, it's not a detriment, it's a benefit, you know? But I get it. Nicole, no, I'm leaving. Oh, again, I'm sending you support on that journey, Nicole. Gemini, Venus, and Mars. Yeah. You know, Gemini, Venus can be a little tricky too, right? Because it's a lot of that, like, it's working through a lot of that, like, let's do everything, and someone else working through their fear space. I need to stay alone. Make sure, I mean, again, allow yourself that time. If you're saying that that's what you need, Nicole, make sure that you're honoring that space. That's so interesting for me. When I read myself, I'm like, yeah, I know already. Well, that's good too, because again, if you can get to a space of reading that is positive and productive, but it's like, you have to be ready to, like, face, like, the hard part of something that you're seeing. And saying, hi there, Hardy. How are you doing today? Continue to work on that inner pathwork to sacred union, dear. That's my question too. Reading for your, if reading, it is possible. It is possible. It's something that I work on with my clients. And often, like even with my mentorship classes, we focus a lot on that too, right? The ability to, um, like see what we're seeing and understand and make sure that we're deriving accurate meaning from it. It gets easier. Like I can read, like it gets easier the more you do it. Honor that hermit mode, Nicole. Bridget, when I read for myself, my guides never let me see the Delulu. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, I mean, again, I like to describe when I'm reading for myself. It feels like angry aunt energy. Like this, like you sweet summer child. What are you doing? You're welcome, Nicole. Good thing. We know, spirit, we know, blah, blah, blah. We've been telling you this. Yep. Gentle. Yeah, I like that. Gentle but firm. That's great. All right, my friends, we're going to get started on personal readings. Just a reminder, if you'd like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the fifth person read for 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. If you would like to get on the list today and there's relevant information that you would like to share for me for your reading, for instance, if we're doing a dream interpretation or a life path reading, all you need to do is send me the information either in the notes when you send the donation, or you can simultaneously also send it if you're in our Discord channel. You can put it in the Discord. Thank you for reminding me about the 50K drawing, B. I deeply appreciate you. But before we go into the 1 card readings, before we get into personal readings, we are going to do the 50K giveaway. Thank you, guys. Thank you for helping my goldfish. All right. All right. And we're going to get started. Yes. Yes, you're lucky with your guides. That's how they are with mine too. I'm like, yeah, yeah, yeah. You're not telling me anything I don't know. When you pull the another card to clarify in hopes it'll change the message. Yeah. And then the cards go, did I stutter? The cards go, did I stutter? I love it. I do something and they're like, no, don't do it. But I'm like, exactly. Ta-da-da. All right, friends. So we're going to do the 50K giveaway. Um, First, I'm going to be thinking, and thank you guys so much for helping us get to our 50K milestone. I am going to be thinking of a number right now between 1 and 57. First person I see that posts a number gets a reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see numbers different than you guys see them. Nope. No. 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 Oh, Heather. Heather, congratulations. Thank you so much for participating, guys. We will do that again when we get to 50, when we get to 100K. If anyone else would like to get on the list right now, you will be, Evelyn had to step out. So you'll be the 1, 2, 3. You'll be the 4th person read for 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. And just reading over some of the comments that came through. Yes, Nikki, it's like we can make this like a positive please. They're like, no. I love that. All right. Okay, and the first person that we're reading for today is, I believe Evelyn had to step out. If Evelyn's not here, the next person on the list for today is Kathleen. Kathleen, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, You will be the 4th person read for. Great time to get on the list. List is nice and short. I see you, dear. All right. Yes, sometimes I'm like, okay, okay, I won't do it. I love that, Bridget. Oh, yes. Would you like to claim your spot, Bridget? Yes, I'm happy to add you to the list, dear. All right, we've got you. All right, Bridget, you've been added. You'll be read for after Jessica. All right, no problem. Excellent. Kath, I'm waiting for your question to come through. Leah, did you call for me for the gift spot? Yes, you got the highest gifter, dear. Hold on a minute. Kath, what's Simon's real intention? When he reaches out, then becomes silent. No, it's okay. Yeah, Leah, I'll never read for you if you're not here. I always confirm you're in the room. And again, if you ever get on the list and you have to step away, you're on the hold list. So you can always come back and claim the reading. You just need to give me the date of when it occurred. All right. No problem, dear. All right. Can I please get... All right, actually, Kath, before we get started, I'm going to step away from it and then we're going to do your reading. But just a reminder, if anyone wants to get on the list right now, the list is open and I will be back. And let me just put the offer here. Okay, 1 minute. And just a reminder, if you missed the Daily Collective, it will be up later today on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my spot and over on my Substack. And if you get on the list right now, you will be the 4th person read for. There we go. Perfect. All right, I'll be just back in a moment and we'll get started on that reading. All right, let's get to it. Where were we? All right, we are reading right now for Kath. Jessica, you're next, dear. Good, just confusing. Ugh. All right. Thank you, dear. And oh, Evelyn, you're back, dear. I thought you had to step away. So you're actually, so we'll have you, so actually, so correction, we're going to do Cav, and then we've got Evelyn, and then we've got Jessica. Thank you. I thought you said that you had to step away, but welcome back. All right, wonderful. Can I please get 4 cards for Cav, please? Highest priority messages from Spirit. What's going on with that energetic connection? I keep on hearing the words unhealthy habit. I keep on hearing the words unhealthy habit. Not you, them. Um, and I keep on. No, I can see something here that is positively confusing. Um, but it's interesting because every time I look at this energy and the space that they go silent, they keep on going like this. Like they're going, I don't want them to see me like this. I don't want them to see me like this. You know? Um, and I keep on like I'm almost getting a situation of someone who like is turning off their phone to make sure that they don't accidentally message you when they're in some kind of space that they like I'm this is very odd is what I'm reading here because it's not like and I keep on hearing like they go back to normal like nothing ever happened, you know? Um I don't want to turn this into a medical reading. I don't. But I keep on seeing like there's something about this energy like getting into like a bad headspace or doing something in such a way. Um and it feels to me like there's something about this that I'm seeing um that like I just keep on seeing a situation of someone like trying to avoid having their phone to make sure that they don't reach out to you like when they're in that bad headspace. Um, and the thing about it is I keep on hearing like the funny thing about it is I see you saying to someone, I can see the gaps in your resume. You know, like that's the thing that's wild about it. I literally see you saying to someone, like I see your higher self saying to them, I can see the gaps in your resume. Can you explain them? You know? And I can see someone trying to like shrug it off, trying to act like they're not there, like trying to kind of um like say to you like you're making like and this is why because I see someone saying as long as I'm not doing anything like awful like you're just being weird but I see you saying like it's not weird because I keep on hearing you're the most stable person they've ever met. And I got to point this out, when you're stable and another person comes towards you with inconsistency, and you say to someone, why are you acting weird? And someone being like, I'm not acting weird. Like, the thing I keep on hearing is this is the energy that's like missing the opportunity of a lifetime with you right now. Because every time they say to you, like, I can see you almost saying, like, every time you say every time you say what's going on and they say nothing, like, you're like wrong. Like, you're literally going wrong because it doesn't make sense, you know? Um, they need to kick these unhealthy habits. And I keep on hearing unhealthy habit. It's giving me like if there are like windows of time that are blind spots, and I keep on hearing if you could set a watch to it is what I see, because they're saying to me like whatever you can set your watch to in terms of them like not getting back to you is when they have to get their fix. So I would definitely like I think that the conversation that you need to say to someone is, you know, consistency is not a nice to have, it's a need to have, because I keep on seeing someone um, trying to say, and again, if they're not being consistent and they're telling you that you're being crazy because you're making problems where problems don't exist, they're trying to get you, they're trying to get you used to their inconsistency. And that's why I keep on hearing, like, I've got some guides shaking their head because they keep on saying that they're about to, they're missing the opportunity of a lifetime, you know? Um, but I also see here, like, they're not gonna tell you what they're doing during that time because they don't, like, I keep on hearing something here. Like, this is, like, I keep on hearing someone who, like, goes underground, you know? Um, Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like, I literally see a situation. And again, I want you to be very conscientious of someone that starts saying things like, "You're too good for me," you know? I feel like this is some kind of energy that's used to that's used to someone chasing after them, or used to accepting like what something is. Um, like, and here's the thing about it: like, I literally see a situation that if they were able to articulate to you, you would actually be like the best person to help them through it. Like, I literally see a situation that, like, the universe, like, I keep on hearing the universe brought you to their doorstep for a reason. Like, if they were able to articulate and heal on something, like, no, they could never find something better than you to help them through it, but they need to admit that there's something here. They need to admit the first I keep on hearing the first, like, they're going, I don't have a problem. They're going, I don't have a problem. And I'm like, the guys are going, you're ruining something because, the problem is identified in the gaps in your resume, you know? Like, there's something about, like, I see something here. Someone's trying to like, um, and I keep on hearing when this energy comes clean to you as to what's going on, you'll know that this energy is ready, but not a minute before. Because if you're trying to say to them, like, it really is. It's giving me a lot of this, like, where have you been? Right? It's giving me a lot of this, or someone who, like, I keep on hearing someone who front loads talking to you, like, that that they talk to you a lot before they're about to go silent to try to reaffirm and say to you, like, no, we were just talking the other day. Like, I keep on hearing, be conscientious if this energy tries to front load conversations before they pull an energetic disappearing act. Because I keep on hearing someone that tries to, like, instead of saying this is where I've been, they're saying, but we just had You know what I mean? Like, I keep on hearing them go, but we just had that whole thing, like almost trying to like literally articulate and front load the conversation you had to try to say like almost prepared, being like, no, 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 I remember. Like, no, don't you remember we talked on that day? We had a whole thing. You know what I mean? Like, be very conscientious of this is what I'm seeing. I keep on hearing they come clean or they don't come at all. Right? Where you been? I keep on hearing where you been is not answered by we just talked. That's what the guides are saying. Where have you been is not clarified with we just talked. It doesn't answer the question. So they're saying just be very mindful of that, because I just keep on hearing I keep on hearing messages around this person, old habit, hard to break. You know, thank you so much, Kathleen, for having this reading with me. And if this message, and I keep on hearing old habit, hard to break, I have to get my fix. And again, when energy says old habit, hard to break, I need to get my fix, and you go, where have you been? You go, what are you talking about? We just talked. What are you talking about? Like, don't know, none of this, like, none of this. I keep on saying none of this, like, we just talked. Like, they're going, none of this, I don't know what you're talking about. We just talked. Like, that's not an answer. Thank you so much, Kath, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very, like, I keep on hearing, disbelieve the illusion. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kath. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Evelyn. Evelyn, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. All right. Just bear with me a moment, dear. I'm glad to see that you're back, Evie. I need to stress this. It's coming soon. 111, Luis. Same here for him. Thank you, Nicole. It's confusing. I can see it's already confusing. And again, I'm saying it's even more confusing if they're saying I don't know what you're talking about. I know. I heard Dada. Isn't that wild? I wish them a healthy journey. I hope it was a peaceful transition. Kath, yes, that's why I already blocked him and then sent on another channel, like asking why. Well, and that's what I mean, like it's saying to me, like, again, if they're not articulating, if they're not even willing to, like, I can't, and that's the thing that's bothering me about it. Like, I keep on seeing, like, they know exactly why, you know? Yeah, thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Exactly. At this point, I already read him, and it's, and that's the thing about it. Like, if it feels like they're being avoidant about it, they're not even putting it, like, again, it's giving me a lot of this, like, it's giving me a lot of this, like, mind trick energy. You know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about? You know? I'm going through the same, sending support to you guys. I don't like, listen, I don't like characterizing it as men or women, right? I think that I don't want us to build cynicism in relationality to what we expect from one another. I think that it's disappointing when we see energy that avoids recognizing if they're being inconsistent. And I'll tell you right now, there's feminine energy that's just as adaptable for doing that as masculine. Bearing in mind it's not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Keyword fix. Yeah. Exactly, Fig. Again, I think that I keep on hearing you have to walk away if they're acting like there's nothing wrong. You know, if they're trying to say like you're like if again, I keep on hearing if they're saying you're making problems where problems don't exist, they're saying they're not ready to come clean on something. I can see it. Thank you. Sending you support as well, Evie. And you're welcome, Kath. I'm sending you support on that journey. That part, if someone says you're too good for them, listen to them. No, I mean, because when someone says you're too good, there's like, you know, what are you holding on to that makes that feel like that's not someone saying you're holding an energetic standard I can't reach, you know? Like you'll hear from energy that's like trying to like raise the vibration with you, you'll hear you inspire me, right? You help me see new possibilities. But when someone says something like, you know, you're too good for me, they're saying like they're calling it as they see it because they've lost hope in themselves. Yep, absolutely. Sending you guys support. The number of times I've heard that and said no, 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 and paid for it. No, I know. It's hard, right? Because when you say that to when you see that in another person, you know, you want to it's easy to want to help them build into a framework of positivity, but it's not our job to save each other. You know, we work on saving each other for like we save ourselves for each other, you know? Yeah. Yeah, the guys should get a megaphone here to shout louder. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Yep. They giving like it's like they're not even giving themselves an out. They're telling you how they're perceiving something, you know? Like it's like someone shouldn't say you're too good for me, like as a criticism. They should say I aspire to be better for you. You know, like that's you know, I aspire to be better for you is not the same as you're too good for me. Thank you, Kath. Absolutely. Ain't nobody got time for that. Yeah, don't like I keep on hearing like your standards are not up for debate. Like if you've I keep on hearing if you told someone clearly once, you don't need to energetically repeat yourself. And thank you, Dada, for sharing the live. The support in this chat is pure love and sisterhood. We do our best here, Evie. And there's a lot of masculine energy too. Don't knock out the don't disqualify the masculine energy here. Yep. Everybody was we all know our assignments. We all got work to do. Nikki, I felt strongly a problem with alcohol and escapism. I kept on seeing someone going, "Don't look at me" when I was reading, which is saying to me that there's something that they do that they're not proud of. Yep. Thank you for confirmation, Nikki. They're saying I can't match you, and when I fail, I already told you. Tap to claim. Gingle. They're letting themselves off the hook of doing the work to improve. Tap to claim. Yep. All right. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. I'm about divine masculine who are waking up to help heal the world. Tap to claim, tap to claim. Grateful every day. Same. All right, we are continuing right now. Next person we're reading for is Evelyn. Evelyn, we thank you for getting on the list and thank you for getting on the list early. You'll have an additional card in your reading. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, 1, 2, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, seventh person read for. All right. General for Evie, please. 5 cards. That was loud. Wow. 5 cards. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. Oh, that's enough. Okay. What's this nonsense? No, absolutely not. You know, this is have you ever noticed how weird it is When you're going into a space that you're genuinely happy, you learn a lot when you're just genuinely happy and then energy starts coming around to you and being like, I'm worried about you. What's with that? Let's walk through that. What's that? Right? Like, what's with that? Boy, do you learn a lot. Like, boy, do you learn a lot when you finally find something that makes you energetically happy. And then all of a sudden, the energy around you starts knocking on your door saying, I'm worried about you. What your joy, like, how is your joy, how is your joy anyone else's business? Is what I keep on seeing. Like, how is that anyone's business? You know? And I got it, like, I keep on seeing something here. Like, it says to me, like, I see you, um, like, working in some capacity of, like, and I gotta stress this, and we talk a lot about this here with, like, a spiritual journey. It's not about doing something more. Sometimes it's doing something less, right? Like, sometimes moving towards a spiritual space is learning the profound power of minding your own business. Like, you know what I mean? Like, who is that word person who made, like, the powerful magic of cleaning up, like the good spiritual journey, which is the beautiful act of minding your own business. Like, oh, like, it's like, because this is what it feels like. I feel like you've done a lot of work, like cleaning your side of the street, like moving a lot of energy away from you that you were recognizing wasn't productive and positive. And honestly, often the best way you can sometimes tell that you've done that work is then energy is like genuinely concerned about you because you seem happy. Like, and that's like, right? Like, you're moving towards, like, you're moving in alignment with things that feel like they're easier. And I just see some kind of sewing circle around you being like, I'm just worried about you. I'm worried. I'm deeply like, why are you worried about someone being happy? Like, why are you worried about, like, like, when someone is following their bliss and another person feels like they've got to, like, stick their energetic nose in it, I mean, I gotta stress this. And I mean, I need to point this out. It's the difference between energy that says, and sometimes this is why those moments on spiritual journeys can be so painful, because it's a moment between someone that says, I want what's best for you, versus I know what's best for you, right? And if somebody, and this is kind of what your guides are saying, if if you're happy, if you're energetically happy, and another person is coming towards you distressed by your happiness, that's a miserable person. It's an angelic message. I know it's hard. Like, and on it, like, it's like that, like, that's the thing about it. And it's painful to articulate, it's painful to say, but, like, like, you know, miserable, like, and we talk about this here. Misery is built in the context of looking at another and says, what do you have to be happy about? Right? Joy can be found just as easily as misery. And so often, like, we come into those modalities where someone is, like, afraid of joy because they've been taught to, like, be energetically miserable. Like, this is a type of energy that's, like, afraid to genuinely be happy. Like, it's and that's the thing about it. They're saying, like, if you got energy around you that is genuinely afraid to be happy, then don't overly internalize their fear. Like, don't over internalize that. Observe it, right? Like, observe energy that is afraid of joy. Because especially if you're moving towards it, you know, and someone's coming towards you as you're moving towards your joy and they've got concern, don't let that, don't over internalize that. They say that is someone who is afraid to be happy, right? And they're saying like, follow that internal compass. Like you can have compassion. They're saying don't get upset by it. You can be compassionate towards it, but you don't need to tolerate it. You know, it's saying, because I feel like there's some work you're doing in terms of like healing some ancestral wounds here. And I feel like a lot of it is like I almost see you in that space of having to say, like, you know, like choosing, like following your, like I keep on hearing, like following your bliss does not come to the detriment of another person's joy. I got to say that again. They're saying following your bliss does not come at the detriment of another person's joy. Right? Don't let someone convince you otherwise is what I keep on hearing. You know? Bottom of the deck. Yeah. And especially, listen, especially whoever this like I want you back energy is. Who is this? Sometimes we got energy like from the past that comes back to us at the moment that we're following our bliss and going, why couldn't it be you? And it's like because you're building on wishes, because it's not enough to wish for things, you have to actively work towards them, you know? Don't let someone don't let someone like don't let someone I keep on hearing, don't let someone like singing a sad song distract you from the energy that's showing you what it takes to make everything possible. Like I keep on like it's like like it's giving me like someone like this is why pining is not romantic, because often when another person is sitting on the sidelines going, why couldn't it be me? It's like, well, that's because you're saying that. Like it's just like, because when you like when you're in that space saying why me, like your hands are free, like the energy, like pick, like I keep on hearing, like pick up a tool, get to work. you know it's not about lamenting, it's about getting things done. It's about effort. And I feel like there's something about this here, because I see you moving into a vibration with energy that knows, like, isn't afraid of hard work. And at the same time, I've got some energy around you like lamenting that they don't have something with you, right? And so I want you to like, I want you to remember that right now. And I keep on seeing this because it does feel like, I feel like there's a little bit of volatility around you right now as it relates to, um, what feels positive. But I keep on saying, don't let someone, don't let someone try to change your perception of what happened. You know what I mean? Like this is giving me like a little bit of nonsense around something, you know? And often, and I keep on hearing often energy that didn't want to do something in the moment will try to romanticize what was occurring to avoid facing like their own work. So I feel like there's a lot of that. Like they're saying, like, you know, you can be positive and productive, right? You can be appreciative, but you know, don't don't let someone try to like heap blame on you for something that is not true. You know what I mean? And it doesn't feel like, and I also see it's interesting too, because I feel like the energy around you sees it. It almost feels like there's someone around you who's like telling on themselves by speaking poorly about you in some way, but recognizing that you're just moving. Like I'm going to point this out, when we're moving bliss, like when we're in a place of positivity and someone's speaking badly about us, it often like this is why we don't be reactive to it, because it almost like it's the energy tells on themselves. You know what I mean? Thank you, Evie. The card, the bottom of the deck was like the Ace of Swords. And again, I keep on seeing, remember, you know, it keeps on, it's saying to me, don't give energy to things that aren't in alignment to you. And that includes negativity. you know? Like it includes negativity. It's like I keep on hearing, I'm so like I'm sad you feel this way is a powerful prayer, right? I'm sad you feel that way is a powerful prayer because it says like I honor the space that you feel, but I'm not going to get in an argument with you if it doesn't make any sense. Like you can honor how another person feels. You don't need to engage in it, is what I keep on getting, especially if it doesn't make sense. Thank you so much, Evie, for having that reading with me. And I keep thank you so much, Evie, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages. Um, to be here to experience it. It really does feel like someone who's like super hypersensitive, and then they're trying to come towards you because they see you moving in alignment to something and being like, why isn't me? And you being like, because you're hypersensitive. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, you don't understand, like when I'm like the energy that's like, it's like the energy that tells on themselves even as they're stating it. It's like, it's a little bit of that. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Evelyn. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through. Evie, I'm happy to try to clarify any confusion I'm seeing. So and just bear with me a minute. I'm just reading over from the top of your messages. Hang tight. Hi there. I surrender to the universe daily. That's beautiful. Yep, I've got you, Jennifer. Yep, you're definitely on the list, dear. Thank you as well. I blew out your eardrum. I'm sorry. Did that come through? Apologies about that. Absolutely not. I'm sorry. Genuinely happy. What's that? Oh my God, seriously, my whole family. I surrender to the universe daily. This is what I keep on seeing. There's something about that path work of surrender that I see is bringing you into some state of bliss, because I don't see you trying to force things. I see you in a space that you're just adaptable to, making the best out of situations, you know? Hey, BB, good to see you today, dear. Oh my God, someone literally said that to me a week ago. Thank you for confirmation. Yes, he wants to bring you back to where their energy is. And it's interesting too because it almost, it's giving me, like, I'll tell you right now. I'm going to tell you right now, Evie, I'm seeing a situation where someone gave you like energetic leftovers. Like, it's giving me like a situation where someone gave you scraps, and I just see you like flourishing in it. You know what I mean? Because that's the thing about it. Like, I see you in some kind of modality where you don't worry about like comparison. You just make the energetic best of something. And I keep on seeing that there's something either presently happening for you or around you that feels like a culmination of that type of vibration, right? Like it feels like, I keep on feeling like it feels like art, it feels like beauty. It feels like a lot of that space of like making peace for yourself. And meanwhile, I now see energy on the sidelines being like their jaws dropped, you know, because they're like, that's not what, like, I see the energy being like that's not what, like, and I love this. Like, when you say to the universe, that was not what's supposed to happen. The universe says, what were you trying to do again? You know, crazy. Thank you for confirmation, BB. I'm so glad this message was connection to you as well. You move it around to move energy, but that's what I mean about it. Like I see the fact that you just like you activate the space that you're in. You don't perseverate over it. You don't worry about it. You work with it, you know? Yep. Thank you. And thank you as well, Rihanna. No worries, Heather. Thank you for sending support to Evie. I choose to surround myself with the woo woo gals who always lift me up. This is like, no, no, you don't understand. This is what I'm seeing here. And what's wild about it, and this is the thing that's wild about it, there's energetic protection happening you to a certain extent. That it feels to me like some of it's like flying over your head out the window. You know what I mean? Like it's because again, I told you the powerful prayer of minding your business. I feel you. Yes, exactly. Not listening to energy who doesn't like your joy. Exactly. Yes, as a Chicago girl, I've developed a sixth sense that saved my life on every on ma yeah, no, I see it. Like, I'm literally like like, when I say, like, this is, like, "Yea, though I walk through the valley" energy, I just wanna show you, like, these are the 2 cards that came up together, but I just wanna show you the cards surrounding those 2 cards. Like, so, I mean yep. Hold on a minute. I love that. I straight up ignored it and kept walking in my energy and joy, sending you so much support on that journey, BB. It's like the real reason you're saying this. Yes, love me. I love oh, look at this. I love that everyone else is connecting too on the Chi-Town connection. Thank you. It really is. Exactly. It's not the truth. I have no desire to have a man in my life and haven't for over 15 years. But I mean, I just like here's the thing about it. Like I keep on getting a sense right now, like Evie, this is saying to me like refined energy. You know, like this is saying like connections like fine wine, which is beautiful because I keep on seeing for you, it's like, you don't need it. It'd be nice, but like, it's more of that energy that's saying to me that you're already in that vibration of like a nice to have, not a need to have, right? And that's why I'd say like the only thing to kind of recognize is, you know, be ready for the universe to kind of pleasantly surprise you here, is what I'm seeing. Because energy when the universe see I keep on hearing when the universe sees us in this modality, the universe goes, "Oh, good. Now it can be a pleasant surprise." Like the universe loves pleasantly surprising us in that way. Yes, you're very welcome. Thank you, Mark. Thank you for those galaxies. I love that galaxy. It was beautiful. I keep my side of the street clean. Love that, Bridget. It's like an ex to call on once you succeeded. Exactly, Fig. Um, no, it's funny too because that Ace of Swords says like, remember, like the universe still has the capacity to surprise you in beautiful ways, is what I keep on hearing in this reasoning, in this reading. Yeah, exactly. I think you're really hitting the nail on the head, Fig. I'm really good about matching vibrations. No, I see it. I see you, and that's the thing about it. Like they're saying to me, you've got like refined energetic tastes. you know like this is giving me like refined energetic tastes in relationality to like I just keep on seeing like you just walk away from things other people would just let themselves get confused about. Buon compleanno, Didi. I'm glad to hear you're taking some days some time for yourself. Yep. Though we're worried about you and you're like, wait a minute, I'm in the best I've been for months. Exactly. Make it make sense. I hope that clarified the message, Evie. Evelyn. And Catherine, thank you for the follow. Happy to read for you on that if you'd like to get on the list, Catherine. List is open. Please don't spam the comments with the repeating the statements. It's not courteous for those in the chat. Pinkies up. Exactly. Sophia, thank you for the sharing the live. No, I mean, like, and the thing about it is, I mean, for you, I don't even think that there's some kind of space here about walking away to clear shadows. I think it's more about like being in a vibration of welcoming in pleasant surprises is what I'm seeing, you know? Because they're saying even now that there's something about that. Like it says to me, like this feels like it feels like some kind of like I keep on hearing the message from the universe. It says like they've been paying attention to the work that you've been doing on yourself and just be ready, like be ready to be pleasantly, like they're saying, be ready to be pleasantly surprised is what I keep on hearing, or asking the universe to a certain extent and saying like, how can I, like, how can I have more of this in a pleasant way? Thank you, Melissa. You know, like it's giving me like a lot of that. There's like a lot of that work in like I keep on hearing like challenging the space of the universe to say, I'm ready to be pleasantly surprised by a new energetic connection is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that. That'll kind of help you in the step of healing from something here, you know, because this does feel like some kind of work like on the past that you've been continuing to resolve. Thank you so much, Evie, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The next person on the list for today is Jessica. Jessica, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Not picky, important, exactly. Continue to manifest the outcomes you desire, dear. I mean, it says to me like a lot of that, and I keep on seeing, like, I keep hearing there's something about that, which is like working to manifest pleasant surprises, is what I keep on hearing, right? And I keep on hearing, remember, a pleasant surprise doesn't shake the foundation of what you have, right? I feel like there's something about that past connection that was helping you heal from like aftershocks, right? Like something trying to tear something down, saying, recognizing someone trying to build something up. Lovely chat, dear. And thank you for getting on the list. And I appreciate you. All right, we're reading now for Jessica, second call for Jessica. And if anyone else wants to get on the list for today, we've got 4 spots left for today, and then the list will be closed. Who, moi? I love that. Hi there, Susie. I'm happy to read for you on that if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. Rubes, good to see you. The list right now is, if you get on the list, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th person read for, dear. All right, second call for Jessica. If Jessica isn't here, we're moving to Leah. Leah, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Looking for Leah and looking for Jessica. Also, friends, we are at 67K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. All right. Can I get 4 cards right now? 4 cards for Leah. Highest priority messages from Spirit. Two, three, 4. All right. You can't help someone. You can't help someone as it relates to like navigating the direction that they want to go into. You know, like they're saying to me, that there's something really important about this in relationality to um I keep on hearing we help others with our choices. We don't make them for them, you know? And it's interesting too, because like I keep on touching my mouth here. And it almost feels like somebody who keeps on trying to come to you to solve their problems. Like someone trying to come to you to get you to do something on their behalf. But that's the thing about it. Like we don't do things like we don't do things for each other. We we articulate and we empower one another, right? Because, and I need to point this out, um, and this is what we talk about in the framework of not holding on to others' advice, right? Like we recognize, I need to point this out, like if I come to you for advice, right? If I come to you for advice and you give me the advice and I choose to follow the advice and it doesn't work out, I don't blame you for the fact that the advice did not work because I recognize that the intention that you gave it to me was your best, like was your best insight in terms of how you would particularly navigate a situation. Advice should be absorbed, right? I keep on hearing advice. Advice is absorbed, right? Advice is absorbed. It does not overwrite. Is everything I keep is what I keep hearing. Advice should be absorbed. It does not overwrite, right? Because when we absorb advice, we take what another person says to us into consideration. We absorb it. We recognize the intentionality by which another person gives it to us, with the condition that we don't blame them if something that they suggested did not work out for us. Advice is absorbed, it's not overriding, because when we another person comes to us and they say, "Tell me what to do," and then you tell them what to do, and then they do it and they go, "That didn't work. What have you done?" You haven't done anything beyond try to give someone advice to a situation. This is why we don't follow advice to the letter. We understand that advice is advice because it's not orders. Is what I keep on hearing. Advice are not orders because they don't overwrite the condition of being within the framework of the self. Right? That's why we can love someone profoundly and we can take an energetic note from another, but we don't feel like we don't need to be in the context of coming to someone to make the decisions for us. um so I feel like there's something about this here that's really important to articulate because I feel like it's going to be involved in some kind of conversation you're having, right? Advice should never remove another person's autonomy. And again, when we're in a healthy space, we never tell, like, we don't take each other's autonomy by giving advice, right? We allow for the context of recognizing and identifying that we're always trying to give each other things for the sake of understanding that that multiple perspectives may help. And so I keep on seeing that something is really important about that, and that's either in the context of someone coming towards you and saying, like, why didn't you do what I advised you to do, in terms of you saying, like, well, because you're an autonomous person, is what I keep on seeing. Right? Like, and simultaneously helping to empower another to feel confident in their choices, right? And that's why I almost feel like you have to say to someone, like, look, you can run things by me to get my opinion on them, but you shouldn't circumvent yourself. And like, I keep on hearing, like, you shouldn't circumvent how you feel about things because of how I feel, is what I almost see you saying to another person. Like, you don't, like, don't like, this is what, like, be true to yourself, and also, like, let me give you something that will empower you and not make you feel like, I keep on hearing, like, I keep on hearing advice should not make you feel like a victim of circumstance, right? And I feel like there's something about you helping another person learn this in terms of, like, building into their sense of confidence in the self, you know? Like helping, like I feel like you're trying to help someone understand the context by which we feel empowered in our choices, not energetically afraid of them, you know? And I'm even seeing here, like this is actually saying to me, like if you're going through a moment where like you're trying to help another person find confidence, it's okay to refrain from giving them advice if you're saying, I'm not going to give you advice because, you have to take ownership of your energetic actions. Like it's so like I almost feel like you have to have that kind of conversation with someone that says, I want to empower you. I don't want to create a space where you're asking me to like do that work for you, and so I keep on hearing it's hard because I keep on seeing it's like something about working through something here, and I keep on seeing, and I need to point this out. It says to me also, you know if someone's asking something from you that you're unable to give, they're saying, think about it in this way. Say, like, look, I can't do that, but this is what I can do. This is what I actually think would be better. Like that ability of helping someone reaffirm and reposition a choice that they're making so that it empowers them. I almost see that there's something about that work that feels like it's fortifying or feels like it's amplifying because you're helping another person recognize and feel empowered in their own ability to find balance within themselves. Um, I want to give you some bottom of the deck information. Yeah, it's totally okay. Like, listen, this is why often when we see someone more in the framework of blaming others, we stop wanting to give advice to them, right? Because when someone's like in those moments of being like, well, I didn't want to do this, but they said, like what? Like, you know what I mean? Like it's like you don't pass the buck. You don't pass the buck of blame to someone that gave you advice, is what I keep on hearing. Because when you pass the buck of blame on who's giving you advice, nobody wants to give you advice. Right? Is what I keep on hearing. It's because it's not the space. It's like when the minute we I keep on hearing the minute we take another's advice, it becomes our choice. Is what I keep on hearing. The minute you take someone's advice and you activate on it, it becomes your choice. And so I keep on seeing, like, I feel like there's something, this might even be you like working through something between two other people in relationality to, like, it's giving me a little bit of like, if they told you to jump off a bridge, would you do it? Like, when I see someone being like, maybe, like, like it's like it's like I just kind of see, and that's the thing about it, and that's why, like, energy, and that's the thing, energy that's like, I'll just do what people tell me to do, like finding someone be like, do, like, you know what I mean, like, it says to me, like, you almost have a conversation with someone about, like, like, think about why someone would tell you to do something. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, think, like, this is problematic because if you're moving through the world looking for other people to give you advice, all that's somebody waiting for someone with bad intentions, right? Like that's the energy. Like that's the thing about it. It's like that's why we always have to calibrate for that, because it's not. It's like assuming it's assuming the best in others, but also recognizing that sometimes we meet someone that's not in a healthy space. And I keep on hearing, like, it's good. Like, you hope for the best, but you prepare for the worst. You always build in the context of being careful, which is why you don't you don't you don't, I keep on hearing, like, you move out of help me energy, and like the energy that helps you, I keep on hearing the energy that truly helps you always reminds you that you can help yourself, right? And I keep on seeing that, like, I feel like there's some kind of work you're trying to do with another person in helping them build into their sense of empowerment, right? And they're actually saying, like, if you feel like someone is too easy to try to blame others, it's okay to start the conversation there, being like, look, I'm not inclined to give you energetic advice because I notice that you have a tendency of trying to push, like, when something doesn't go the way you expect or desire it to, like trying to like say that it's someone else's fault, you know? Like we take accountability, right? We calibrate for it. So I feel like there's something really important about that, because I keep on hearing that this is also helping you heal from some kind of past experience where someone was trying to constantly blame you for their shortcomings, right? Like that's what we call like scapegoat energy, right? When someone else is constantly not showing up to themselves and blaming another person for it, you know, it's nobody's fault when we don't show up. When we're in a space that we show up for ourselves, we're not blaming others when we're not doing things effectively. And they're saying, if that's something that you're healing from, it's not your fault if someone wasn't showing up for themselves. Don't let someone convince you that you're the reason that they didn't accomplish anything. They're the reason, right? But it's very convenient for energy that doesn't show up for themselves to try to blame others for the fact that they never had some kind of positive path work. I keep on hearing, um, it's an honor to to build around each other. Don't let someone feel, don't let someone say if it weren't for you, right? Remember, the energy that's always looking for scapegoats says is if it weren't for you, and the energy that is always building into honor says it's because of you. For you I extend, for you I exceed. It's not a burden, it's a gift. Thank you for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Malayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to get insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we're at 72.2K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. And I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. And thank you, Soraya, for sharing the live. And again, Susie, I'm happy to read for you on that if you'd like to get on the list. And thank you again. Side note from Bridget, is anyone in the Virginia Beach area? There's a sound meditation on the beach tonight. That's awesome. Oh, that's super cool. Come on down. I love that. You should, I guess I have to post an events thing in the Discord. Advice is just a suggestion. Exactly. Like her with playing my numbers from the dream to try to get to the lottery and not winning. Exactly. 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 You know, it's giving me like, it's giving me, here's the thing, it's like they're saying advice is for entertainment only. Like they're saying, remember, advice is for entertainment only, which means we entertain it. And this is what's important about it. This is why they're saying advice is for entertainment only, because they're saying we entertain the advice. We take it into consideration, right? We absorb it, but we don't move into the context of feeling like it directs us, right? Like that's effectively what I'm seeing there. Yes. Don't blame me if you don't win. Exactly. Yep. Thank you for confirmation, Leia. What? I'm so going to win. Don't jinx my manifestation. I love this. I love you guys so much. All right, hold on a minute. Just reading over. It's absolutely about balance. Like this is a very heavy Libra. This is a very Libra reading. It wouldn't be wild if the numbers came out in a different country. Yes. Hold my beer, Bridget. I adore it. You've seen the continent in your dream. Actually, 6.38 when we meet them. I love this. I love how all of you guys are now trying to puzzle out what the numbers mean. Yes, but 6.38 isn't a real date. That's fair. They're coordinates. Is it the time? It's the time, silly. I'm back. Hi, Heather. It will be a long wait. Hold on. Yes, or quite halfway through June, like June 13th. There we go. I'm power tapping. Thank you, Evie, for power tapping. Okay, we'll stick with time. My birthday is June 12th. What gave me that idea? That'll be one card for today. There we go. I love it, Bridget. Like tarot, yes. Exactly. Again, tarot is like this is why I always point out with tarot and timing. This is why we often talk in the context of like 4 weeks, 4 months, because it's cyclical and it depends on like how long it takes you to work through the assignment. Yes. Thank you as well. Thank you as well, Lolo. Okay. And thank you again, Leia. And it almost says like again, like I keep on like whatever this is, like I keep on hearing, don't let another person blame you for their shortcomings. Like that's coming through loud and clear. And thank you for having that reading with me. And thank you for those gifts during the reading. Next person we're reading for today. All right. Hold on a minute. And guys, just a reminder, we are at 75K. When we get the next person on the list right now is Jessica. Second call. All right. And if not, we've got Jessica or Bridget. Jessica or Bridget. I'm excited too. All right. All right. So, Bridget, can you let me know if you had second call for Jessica or Yeah, I figured it was, dear. I'm going to it right now. So we're going to be, is it a past life reading? Is Nikki just telling me what you're getting your readings for now? And guys, please make sure that you give BB a follow too. Good to see you today, BB. I'm going to pin you here. Absolutely great reader as well. Just bear with me a minute. I got to go back. A minute. And thank you for those gifts, dear. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Where'd you go? Why can't I find a comment? I thought they commented. Hi there, Fig. Catherine, thank you for the follow. Whoops. All right, I'm looking right now for you, Bridget. We're pulling that past life. All right. Good to see you, Rainbow. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. All right. There he is. There we go. Let me just pin that. All right. I hope the move's going well. All right, where were we? Let's see. Past life readings. Okay, so we are now doing a past life reading for Bridget. Okay. No, I pin purposely. I'm pinning so people can give him a follow. All right. Where are we? Let's see. Okay, so we're doing a past life. We're doing a past life reading right now for Bridget. Okay, so here is the past life reading. I find myself in a wide open field filled with rolling hills and lush grass. A little boy around 9 years old is with me. I'm just 4. I'm a young girl and he's my best friend. He shows me a frog and I laugh as it jumps out of his hands towards me. I know even then that he is meant to be my husband one day. We are Native American. Time moves forward. I'm now in my late teens and we're engaged to be married. He's grown into a kind and strong man, tribal chief, who in this life is my father, was a jealous man. He desired me as a second wife. Okay. Shortly after our wedding, we had a baby daughter, my sister in this current life. Not long after birth, we broke up. My husband was called to fight leaving with the chief and many others. He never returned. The chief letter told me that my husband had died in battle, but that was not the truth. In reality, the chief had taken his life, coming up behind him with a knife. I never remarried in that life. I raised our daughter, my sister, in this life while living with my grandmother, who is now my cousin in this life. It's intense. All right. Can I get 4 cards for clarification in relationality to... So if I'm understanding, Bridget, are we looking to get the clarification on how that past life is affecting this life? Can you just confirm? Oh, we've already got the cards out. 2 more, please. Oh, wow. Yes, 1 more, please. Thank you. Okay. So I'm going to tell you a bit about what I'm seeing in these cards. Um, what's really important that I'm seeing, and I keep on seeing the fact that there was something about the energy of the father that admitted to it, that I keep on hearing that they condemned themselves in that act. It feels to me like the revelation to you in some way, shape, or form was meant to be an energetic act of atonement, because I keep on hearing them say, nothing went right for me after that. I just keep on hearing them say, nothing went right to me for me after that, because, and again, it has to do with intentionality. And it has to do, and it's really interesting too, because if you recall, we've talked a lot about how a lot of the lessons of warrior energy has to do with not insisting on things, right? That when we insist on things, when we try to change the way things are, for the reason of the ego, um, we build into the context of, like, I keep on hearing, like, this is where real karma comes in, is what I keep on hearing, because I see someone that, you know, like, this was like, this is like ultimate betrayal kind of energy. This is false premise. This is like, what you're basically describing is, the willful intentional um unaliving of another person, specifically to bring something into the quality of condition of their own ends. um Nothing. I keep on, I keep on hearing they were haunted, like they were haunted by it. Like, I keep on hearing nothing was ever good again, because I keep on hearing the fact that, um, like, everywhere they looked, they could see that person. Like some things, um, some things that we like, and it almost feels to me like, they lost their own spiritual connection. They were very spiritual, and there's something about them losing that spiritual connection in the context of it, because I keep on hearing they were warned not to do it, right? I keep on hearing them say they went beyond the warning, they did it because they wanted to. They weren't listening to their guides, you know? Um, there's a lot of atonement is what I'm seeing. Like there's a lot of atonement here in relationality to that energetic situation. Because I keep on hearing that that person suffered for no other. I keep on hearing that person suffered for no other sin than having your attention. And that's why I keep on seeing that someone basically like energetically condemn themselves because again, when you're moving in alignment with warrior energy, you don't insist. You accept the nature of things, right? You move into accordance with not insisting that something be the way that you want it to be, but acknowledge what isn't, um, so that you can find yourself. And I keep on hearing someone say that that was a moment where they like they energetically stepped off their path, um, and simultaneously lost you in the process, right? Because I kind of see this like I keep on hearing some kind of situation of someone saying, I said I was doing it for you, but I realized it was for me, you know? Like I just keep on seeing a situation where someone keeps on saying, I told myself I was doing it for you, but I was doing it for me, right? Like the recognition. And that's why I feel like it's even more important because I keep on hearing you say to someone, you will never have me, right? Like that. And that's why I see that to a certain extent. You knew, right? Like I see a situation that you made a pledge of never um like marrying again. Because in that moment that you said, I'll never marry again, you also said it was for nothing. What you did was entirely for you. It's not, and they're saying even like they're saying like you knew, like they're actually saying you knew like the minute they came back, you know, you knew, like I keep on seeing like you I keep on hearing them say you knew the minute you saw them. Um there's I'm gonna give you some bottom of the deck energy on this. Yeah, there's something really important here. I keep on hearing that there's something important about the your path work today, um, in relationality to I keep on seeing you have very little tolerance for navigating another person's delusions in relationality to what they think is happening. You know, like I just keep on hearing that you have a real stick about energy, like getting things twisted, right? Or trying to romanticize something that's not happening because they're saying to me that there was something about this past experience where someone convinced themselves that something was going on between you that wasn't happening. And I feel like it was just you kind of reaffirming like this is something that still um like sits uncomfortably for you, which is not like not letting someone like I keep on seeing you have a real issue with energy that tries to romanticize things that aren't happening because like I see you almost saying like a lot of that path work that we talked about, like the ego sees what it wants to see, like instead of what is actually happening. I feel like you've probably done a lot of work in helping others like remove I keep on hearing removing the false mask of the ego, saying to another, like, don't say for a minute you're doing that for them, you're doing it for you. Like this is I would be very curious. I feel like this has something to do with your Mars placement in like removing the illusion of something romantic that someone is doing specifically or just for selfish reasons, right? Like I keep on hearing you say to someone, it's not a love story, it's a tragedy. Like it's not don't get it twisted. Don't pretend you're doing something selfish for noble reasons. So I feel like there's a lot of like I see that there's a lot of sting you that you still carry there when it relates to someone trying to like read into something in a way that isn't the case. I keep on hearing you say in some way, make no mistake, right? Because I feel like there's something about that past experience where you realize that, and I think it's interesting because I think you use the word delusion, right? That the ego wants to see delusion, like the ego wants to like frame, like wants to paint, the ego wants to paint pictures of what's happening outside of reality. And so I feel like you've done a lot of that work in terms of, like, I keep on seeing, like, I keep on hearing you do a lot of work in wiping away the mask from others and saying, recognize you're not doing that for a romantic gesture. You're not doing that to be noble. You're doing that to be selfish, especially as it relates to ruining another person's happiness, right? Like, I can almost see you, like, you know, like, say like this is like a real, like, this is they're saying that this is still a thorn in your side to this day, right? um I keep on seeing you've got a real thorn in your side as it relates to another person interrupting, like, another person's bliss because of their own misery. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common, um, for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. We will also be doing one card readings for subscribers. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more. For my subscribers, being semi-lio, please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for on this app: pregnancy and medical. Happy to read for you on anything in private readings, and you can book a reading for those on my site. And just bear with me a moment, and I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, Sydney. How are you doing today? I hope you're having a beautiful day. All right. Hi there, Heather. Hope you're having a beautiful day as well. Hi there, Night. All right. That's Tupac's man. Me. Oh my gosh. I adore this collective so much. This Tupac's man. Oh my God. I'm wheezing. I can't. Hi there, Lolo. You guys make me laugh. All right, where were we? Hold on a minute. Yes, just a moment. I'm back. I got you, Heather. Good to see you. All right. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I know. Just in time for Bridget's little. Nikki, Gingle. I'm gonna read Ginny, right? Is that I've got you, I believe. All right. All right, I'm gonna stop now with the Tupac thing. The thing is, here's the thing: nobody knows the context of the reading we did, so anybody coming in is like, "What is going on?" We could go back to kitten meat. Maybe we go back to kitten meat. Thank you as well, Rainbow. All right, and thank you for those bracelets. Hi there, Night. All right, no, it's okay. Day is okay. Had some really nice things yesterday that are very difficult to explain. I'm glad you had a good day yesterday, Rainbow. Yep. Thank you, Melly. Wow, that's intense. Absolutely. Yes, I believed I worked through it, but all yes. I mean, like I mean, like they're saying to a certain extent, you've worked through it as best as one can. Like that's what they're saying. Like they're saying you worked through it as best as one can. Like there's some, I keep on hearing there's some things you don't recover from. You know what happened? Yes, it's always heavy with me. And Bella, thank you for joining us. Sonia, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. Do you think there's a tie to that one dream you had a few weeks ago? No, they feel completely separate for some reason. Those two past lives I've had read here are definitely the only ones I've carried forward. Um, I believe the man that was my husband in that life is the man meant for me in this life. No, I feel like I think that there's something like I keep on seeing like there's a lot of the situation I'm seeing with the other energy is almost like I keep on seeing to a certain extent um it feels like a bit of an impossibility vortex, because I keep on seeing the fact that, you know, um like I keep on hearing someone say it was like I see them saying like it was impossible for them because there's something in relationality to the fact that um like they're saying that the fact that the energy was connected to you made something even more difficult, right? Like, because they're saying to me that there was no way. I keep on hearing the energy saying there was no way to honor you without dishonoring them, is what I keep on seeing. I keep on hearing them say in any other context they would have energetically resisted. But that's why I keep on hearing like the energy say, you have no idea the position I was in, because there was no way I could dishonor him without dishonoring her. Like that's what's even more difficult about the situation. Thank you for sharing the live data. And thank you, Sonia, for subscribing. Yes, absolutely. No, no, that was like, and again, they're saying even then, like there was something about that you're like, it was for nothing. Like it was literally like it was one of those moments that you looked at them and said, it was for nothing. I know it's very deep. Yeah, I knew they didn't pass from the battle. Yep, that's what I was seeing there, V. Yes, come direct or not at all. I do not stand for gaslighting me into confusion. Exactly. Mars and Scorpio. Yep. It feels like both are past lessons you brought into today. Yep. Yes, definitely. I make myself very clear in relationships, but that's why they're saying that you make yourself clear in relationships. You're like, I'm making it very clear to you what you mean to me. Don't get it twisted. I wonder if like the fire dream in this, recognizing value of family and connection, authenticity, very much. I need a snack after this one. My mind. Hold on a minute. My mind is racing for Bridget. Yep, it was very interesting. You're so welcome, Bridget. Well, that reading just triggered some old anxieties I thought I'd worked through and resolved. Oh, Heather, sending you so much support on that reading, dear. Yes, the little blonde girl eats good. I think she's. Oh my goodness. I love it, Nikki. I'm here for it. All right. Let's continue right now. Next person we're reading for today. I'm still looking. I'm still looking for Jessica. Jessica or Ginny. Jessica or Ginny. Jessica or Ginny, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And for anyone joining us right now, the list is closed, but if you'd like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Also, if you'd like to get on the list to be read for on Wednesday, you can on the list as well. Hi there, Ginny. How are you doing today? Okay. And thank you guys. We are at 81.9K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. And of course, yes, Heather will absolutely be doing one card readings. Grand Rising, Susie. So good to see you today. All right, I got you, Ginny. All right. Why did D really stop talking? And is he coming back? All right. 3 cards, please, for Ginny. This card. I see a situation where it seems to me like you're very stable in relationality to what you want. stability for someone who doesn't know what they want, um, is anxiety inducing, right? Like I can see someone being like, "Wow, you're so intense," but it's not intensity. I feel like you're just someone like, I don't know where your Capricorn placements are, but I just see a situation where you know what you want, and you're not like you're not the type of person that's gonna play games. And I see someone else here that's like, it's giving me a bit of pinball energy. It's giving me someone who um is a little like, they've got like, this is commitment, like this is giving me like commitment issues. Like I literally see a situation like everything was going fine, but when everything's going fine and you have commitment issues, the fineness becomes the fear, you know? Um, I would be very conscientious about an energy like this coming back, because I keep on seeing, like, I keep on hearing something about someone if someone started going away just as things were getting serious, then I want you to be very conscientious and cautious about someone who tries to restart something with you. Because everything I keep on seeing, like this feels like a situation where the rug gets pulled out underneath you. Like this feels like a situation like I don't see any, like everything was, I keep wondering, everything was just fine. Everything was just fine. And then they pulled a Houdini. Like they're afraid of stability. And that's why um I would be very, very, very conscientious, because they're not saying to me that they're not, it's not if they're going to come back, it's when they're going to come back. Because if someone liked, if someone liked that beginning phase, right? There's energy that just like is addicted to the beginning phase of things. And then like as soon as things start feeling like they're moving into stability, they run away, and then they wait a while and they come back because they get to like replicate and rehab the sweet spot, right? I want to stress to you, and especially if you are having conversations about commitment when this occurred, um, when this energy comes back, because it's saying to me it's not if, it's saying to me when this when this energy comes back to you, that is not a chalkboard erase moment. That is not like a hey, how you been? Sorry I lost track of you kind of energy. It's a bookmark. Pick back up exactly where you left off. Restart the conversation exactly where you left it. Require the explanation. And if this energy comes back to you and says, "Oh, I didn't think you'd still be going on about that," then let that reaffirm that that is an energy that has commitment issues. Because energy that has commitment issues, when you try to talk to them about moving into a space of seriousness, they're gonna disappear, right? They're gonna disappear, and then they're gonna come back hoping that you're not talking about it anymore, so that they can have that energetic restart moment. So that's why I keep on hearing, make sure that you're not saying to someone like, yeah, we can, like, pretend that never happened. No, you don't pretend it never happened. Time does not erase things. Time freezes things. So I keep on hearing, pick back up exactly where you left off. If they say, and again, I keep on hearing, if they say, how are you doing? You say, I'm waiting for you to answer the question. because I do feel like there was some conversation where it was a question was raised last time you spoke that they're adverse to answering. So, how are you doing? I'm still waiting for you to answer the question. And if they disappear again, then you'll know that that's the energy that keeps, like, they're hoping that they're going away to try to avoid a conversation. Bottom of the deck. Like, this to me, this isn't saying they, like, this is saying to me this energy hasn't gone anywhere. This says to me, like, this is, remember the difference between energy that disappears and um versus avoids. I just keep on seeing that something about a standard that you are trying to hold, some kind of conversation about trying to understand and identify what something is. A healthy relationship does not defy definition. A healthy relationship does not defy definition. But when you ask an energy what something is and they go away, then that's usually the amplification of the fact that it's what they want with you is not healthy. Because um, I keep on, like, this is like, this almost feels like someone saying, well, like, almost like trying to subtly say to you, like, we don't talk about that, or this is what you're going to expect. Like, I don't want you changing the conversation. I don't want you avoiding something for fear that it'll happen again. I want you immediately asking the same question to reaffirm and say to another person, your boundaries, your standards are not something to be avoided. They're something to be addressed. Because this does feel to me like I see some kind of context where someone goes, oh, I'm just going to wait for them to forget we were having that conversation. I'm going to wait till they stop trying to get, like, like, you don't blur the lines. You don't blur the lines back into the liminal space with time. So make sure you're having conversations when they come back about what it is you actually want to manifest in relationship. You are not available for, let's just see where it goes, you know because often energy that says let's just see where this goes is saying to you, in the state, in the space that they say let's just see where this goes, is they're really saying I don't know what I want. Let's just see where this goes is energy that's saying I don't know what I want. So just be mindful of that. Don't let it change you. Just recognize it, um, and make sure that when this energy comes back you're having the right conversation. Because I just keep on, like, with the Four of Swords here and the Seven of of Cups and its reversal, like, it does feel like someone hoping that time will allow them to avoid a conversation that they're not inclined to have. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Jenny. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed for today, but you can get on the list for Wednesday. If you'd like to send the donation, you'll be the first person on the list for Wednesday. Next person on the list for today is, I'm still looking for Jessica. If Jessica's not here, we're reading for, I believe I wrote Melissa. Melissa, if you're here, can you respond in Jessica or Melissa? Can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. You're so welcome, Bridget. Oh, hold on a minute. And Grand Rising, Susie. Wild. I'm going to have to rewatch the reading to understand more fully. Absolutely. Good point. Pinball Wizard popped into my head. Yes. And Yatsuri, thank you for the follow. Thank you, Stein Yarini, for the follow as well. And thank you for sharing the live. Ginger, that's just what it was. The rug was yanked out of nowhere, seemingly. Yeah, because something was reaching too much of a point of stability. Thank you for confirming. Heartbreak. I mean, this is what I see about something being so painful. Like I see someone who's got commitment issues and something was getting too stable. I also had an astrologer tell me that this is the lifetime that this in this lifetime I will have a oh wow. This is the last chance to make things right with that energetic frequency. That's wild, Bridget. Yeah, and I forget him before he passed away, so I definitely believe the astrologer. That's wild, Bridget. Forgave him. We don't talk about the asteroid Juno. I mean, we can. I think that there's something important about it. You know, I'm always up for it. That's why we've got the astrology channel in the Discord. I'm always up to learn more about what's going on astrologically. The asteroids are interesting, though. I just heard the list is closed. It's okay, Ruby. Ruby, I can if you want to get on the list here, I can probably fit you in. You know. Thank you for confirmation on what he said. He said exactly that. Let's just see what happens. He doesn't know what he wants, right? Like energy that says, let's just see what happens, says, I don't know what I want. And it says to me, like when you're moving into a place of stability, they're like, this is really happening, and then they run. And that's why I keep on seeing whatever that conversation was. You don't get a restart. You don't go back to the fun part. You go back exactly where you left it. In astrology. No, no, we don't talk about you. No, I get it now. I get it now, Rainbow. I love it. You're welcome, dear. And again, sending you so much support on that journey. Melly, absolutely I can, dear. Caddis, I love that. I love that, Heather. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Yep, I got you, Melly. Just hang tight for a sec. One moment. All right. And just a reminder, if you're just joining us and you missed the Daily Collective, it'll be up later today on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on Spot and over on my Substack. I got you, Mel. All right, what do we got here? Do I have your consent to read this out loud, or would you rather I keep this private? All right. Jennifer, we're not doing one cards yet, Jennifer, but that's really cool. I'm excited that you're going to Italy. Oh, nice to meet you, Yatsuri. No, it's okay. Don't worry about it, dear. It's fine. I can wait. It's totally okay. It's all right. No worries, dear. You're never holding me up, dear. We don't talk about you, no. And Anne, thank you for sharing the live. Yes, I have consent. Okay, wonderful. All right, so we're reading now for Melissa. All right, I've been getting so many opportunities in the San Francisco Bay Area to do photo shoots. That's awesome. And it has allowed me to build my portfolio, but I'm trying to figure out how to offset the cost of travel and create profit. Will it ever get to that point? May I have you save one card, pull for the fresh 48? Oh, okay, an at-home photo shoot. Okay, so we're doing 3 cards about how to monetize that better, and then 1 card for the photo shoot. I got you, dear. 3 cards, please, and then 1 more. I keep on hearing house swap. They're saying that you need to find someone. There's somebody there that wants to come here. So they're saying that one of the things that you could do to offset this is look about the locationality of where you live in some kind of ability to swap back and forth between another person. So they're saying effectively where you don't have to necessarily secure a space to stay, um, so much as, like, I keep on hearing like a studio swap situation, right? Like a locationality that you can offer someone when they come here, and in exchange you can go there and utilize their locationality. And they're saying that there's something about this that would allow you the context of being able to leave some things there, is what I'm seeing. Like almost being able to like start to build like an outside residence is what I'm seeing. Like something that um that you can kind of like keep there then and start to like build like a little bit, like keep some stuff there to allow for a lot more flexibility as it relates to some kind of process that you have to go through every time you get there, in terms of getting sorted or trying to wonder where you are or trying to identify where another person can find you. You know, I keep on hearing it's almost like, it almost says to me like creating some kind of hub of operation is what I keep on hearing when you're there. But simultaneously and potentially creating an exchange with someone who's on that side of the coast who wants to do something on your side. So that way you guys can effectively, I keep on see like you can like basically like work in some kind of potentiality of a swap where you're kind of like you're sharing space and extending space in the process. And they're saying that there's something about that that would allow you a bit of an efficiency because it would take the guesswork out of something. It would take the ability or the need to have to plan. It would like I keep on seeing like the gift would be minimal brain work, like something about taking something off your plate so that you could concentrate on doing something instead of figuring out the energetic logistics of something. One card here. Um, you know, that it feels a little confusing. It feels like something about not being ready or having to deal with another person's lack of readiness as it relates to the shoot itself. So they're saying, I keep on hearing, um, send them a schedule, but they're saying the schedule should include what they do the night before. They're saying the schedule should include what they should prepare for. And they're saying don't just talk about what they should do the day of. They're saying something about sending a schedule should talk about what they can start to do a few days ahead of time, um, to make sure that something is available or there's enough space. Um, I keep on seeing like, or almost like giving them some kind of checklist to return to you, um, to make sure that you're not having to spend time getting something ready, you know? Um, I'm not sure why, but it feels like I keep on hearing some kind of thing, like some kind of energy of not like of waiting for the last minute to do something or not being energetically prepared. But they're saying in a way you can kind of build into that in some way. Um, like they're saying like, like I'm almost saying like here's a checklist for the night before kind of thing, right? Like make sure all of these things are done the night before instead of the day of, is what I'm seeing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, make sure, I keep on hearing, make sure that you're sending, it's interesting because everything's about touching base, is what I keep on hearing. And so it's interesting because they're saying touching base is the solution to both issues. So touching base for the energy of being in San Fran is being able to find a base of operations. I keep on hearing some kind of situation where, you don't have to worry so much about like I keep on hearing set it and forget it when you get there. Like building into that context of just being able to show up and have the comfortability of knowing what to expect, that takes some kind of weight off your mind, that allows you to invest more energy in what you're doing when you're there. Um, and at the same time, like, if there's that possibility here, I keep on hearing, you don't need, like, they don't even need to be doing the same thing as you. Like, I just keep on seeing that they're saying, remember, they keep on saying to me, remember, there's a you over there with the same problem. They're saying they're saying embrace. I don't know where your Gemini placements are, but they're saying embrace the Gemini lesson, which is if you're having this problem in one direction, someone's having the same problem in the opposite direction. So what you need to do is it's like you need to find someone that has the same problem, because in finding the same problem, you found the solution. So they're saying, remember, someone else is also looking for a base of operations when they want to come over here. And then again, with the relation, like with the shoot, they're saying the base of operations, because they're saying that you being able to send something and say, I always do this, I always send this checklist, is making sure that the locationality is energetically prepared for what you're doing, and saying, like, I just want to touch base, and here's a checklist I put together on everything you should do the night before that'll allow the day to run smoothly. They're saying that way you don't have to like ask questions. They're saying you can say, I always send this checklist. Like they're like this is something that you create that avoids someone scrambling for something that they didn't know they needed to do beforehand, is what I see. I want to thank you so much, Melissa, for having this reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for a personal reading on Wednesday, you can do so, and you'll be the first person read for on Wednesday. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. The next person we are reading for today is... I'm still looking for Jessica. If Jessica's not here, we're reading for Heather. Heather, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. Night. I keep thinking about my past life as a night of Lemuria, usually about the last day of Atlantis. That's wild, Night. I'm totally down for reading for that past life reading if you ever want to get on the list. So just a reminder to those who get private readings with me here or get personal readings here, if you ever have information that you want to share with me that is relevant to our reading, you can either send it in the donation, in the notes when you send the donation, or if you are a subscriber to our Discord that you get access to as a Substack or as a Clock app subscriber, you can post the information on the reading in the channels dedicated to that there. I had an astrologer tell me that every major relationship I have in this life will start with there. Those travel costs are tax deductible. That is also very true, V. We'll always start with a third party, and they have. That's wild. That's wild, Bridget. And I think that has something to do with that, you work through the karma of understanding another person's perspective outside of situations, and I think that's very relevant in terms of the life that you described. Aurelie, your subscription, and I keep on hearing something around that, Bridget, that says like, and this is what I meant about that Scorpio Mars, your perception, working through the context of your perception of what could be, should never intervene on what is what I keep on hearing. That is smart and very interesting. Hi there, PM. The list right now is closed, PM, but if you'd like to book a private reading with me, or if you'd like to get on the list for Wednesday, you can get on the list now and I'll add you on the list for Wednesday and you'll have an additional card in your reading. Oh, there's an app you can house and pet sit and in return stay free. That is so cool. The holiday extended edition. I love that, Rainbow. I have to find the app website again, but if you're interested, I'll send. That's excellent. That's excellent advice. And that goes in alignment with what I was reading. Third party, like, hey, they're energetically still attached, like just coming out of a relationship. No, I understood. I understood what you meant by that, Bridget. That sounds cool. Every single ex of mine has just come out of a relationship and I had no idea. And that's what, like, it's like I keep on seeing like that unknowing issue, you know? Like it's giving me a lot of that energy of saying, like, recognize the direction something is going in, you know? Third party stitch did not end well. Sending you support, Nikki. Yeah, I understood. That's why I'm shocked, emotionally draining. Sending you, thank you guys for supporting each other in the live. Charge them a travel free fee. I do for my photography. Right. V, there you go. V, are you in San Francisco? We can make this happen now. This is what we need to do. Right? I love it. You're welcome, Melly. Thank you for having that reading with me. And I wish you luck. I'm glad to hear things are moving successfully. My sister also lives in the Bay Area, so if you need anything, I love this. I love watching the community help each other. All right, we're going to do a reading for Heather, but before we start that reading, I need to take a moment and I'll be back. Just a reminder, if you the list is closed today, but if you'd like to get on the list for Wednesday, you can get on now. Also, we are at 84.7K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. We'll have that other giveaway. I'll be back in just a moment and we'll continue reading. Where were we? Whoop, knocking stuff over. All right. And it looks like we're doing a general for Heather. And congratulations, winning our 50K giveaway, Heather. Yes, what part? I'm generally. Oh, that's cool. All right. And Melly and Bridget, if it helps, I can, like, you guys can also, like, we've also got the Discord too, if it's easier, because I see you guys are subscribers. If you guys want to bring that to there too. And if you're a subscriber and there's a section that I can create on their Discord, just let me know. I'm happy to include it. I feel like every time I'm on here, I get a new idea for a different section to add to the Discord. All right. I'm excited to be in Taurus season. I am too. I feel like it's good because I feel like it's helping us, like, I feel like it's going to help ground a lot of this, like a lot of this like excitability that we've been navigating between like working through the meridian of Pisces and Aries, It's like it's a lot of like working in the pathwork of determination, and tenacity. So I feel very similar right now. It's like it's steadfast, you know? All right, we are reading right now. Reading right now for Heather. And thank you, Heather, for being a subscriber. You'll get 4 cards. Can I get 4 cards for Heather, please? Wow, that Knight of Cups does not want to stay in the deck today. That Three of Wands, too. Protect your peace. Protect your peace. I honestly, this message has been coming through a lot right now. But like the thing I'm seeing about it is, like protecting your peace does not require you to be defensive, you know? It's working through, like, I just keep on seeing it's working through. I keep on seeing you have to say to someone, I don't know how I can convince you that you should care. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing that's wild about it. Like, I literally see some kind of conversation that, like, it's okay to avoid callous energy by saying you're callous. Like I feel like I almost see some kind of situation that, like, someone being callous, like, that's a perfectly acceptable reason. Like, you don't, the message is coming through and saying you don't have to entertain callous energy. You don't need to entertain callous energy. And here's the thing, what will callous energy say to you? Why are you being so sensitive? What is the song of callous energy? The song of callous energy, the song you will hear around callous energy is, why are you so sensitive? It's you gotta, like, it was just a joke. I was just, and I have to, and I'll work you through this, I'll put it, and I'm allowed to say this because I am someone who's got, like, I've got and Sagittarius energy is like, Sagittarius like to make everything jokes. But like when we make an energetic joke, or when we're working in the context of saying something to lighten the mood, um, if we don't do so in a way that hurts others. Like, there's something to be said. Like, I like to point out, this is often why Sagittarius energy is self-deprecating, because Sagittarius energy needs to, like, works through things through humor, and they often direct the humor to the self because like they don't want to hurt others through the act of energetically deflecting something in a way, like, in a way that it makes others like the butt of a joke. You know what I mean? Um, and that's what and the thing about it, and I keep on hearing, it feels to me like you're having to work through, and they're giving me a lot of this information because they're saying, pay attention to energy, the difference between energy that is self-deprecating versus energy that's just callous, right? And they're saying the way that you can tell, right? The way you can tell when someone is working through humor in a way that they're trying to, like, ease something up or soften it, is it's almost always directed towards the self. It's always like it's like a lot of that. It's a lot of that humor that we bring back to ourselves because it energetically lightens the mood. You know what I mean? Like, it's a lot of that. Like, it's like cutting the uncomfortability with the sense of, like, like levity that often can feel, um very, like, very refreshing. Versus energy, I keep on hearing, versus energy that tries to claim they're trying to do that when really they're testing. They're testing to see what you'll put up with, right? Like a lot of that energy that feels like it pokes something and it only says it was just a joke when someone takes it personally, right? Remember, healthy energy, healthy energy, I keep on hearing healthy energy does not test boundaries with jokes. Healthy energy lightens the mood with humor, is what I keep on hearing. And so, and I keep on describing this in the space of understanding, like working in the context that when something has, and I keep on saying, when something has triggered us, right? We're able to express why it bothered us, and another energy is immediately like ready. And I need to point this out. They're saying when we've done something or we've said something that has energetically bothered another, we work to understand something further. Like we work to recognize and understand, um like, like how we can do something better. But often when someone is being callous, they'll often try to say, oh, it's just them, they're too sensitive. They're too sensitive. But failing to recognize that the insensitivity is because it's not because someone's overly sensitive, but that there was something immediately provocative in what another said to us. It's like understanding that. And they're saying that's why they're saying, you know, you like as long as you're articulating upon why you're sensitive about something, you're not overly sensitive. Right? The difference, I keep on hearing, the difference between um, being triggered and being protective is the difference between saying, I'm sorry, that reminded me of something it's hard for me to experience, versus saying, you shouldn't do that. And there's a good reason for it. So remember, I keep on hearing there's no, there's no, it's a face of recognizing that like the the joke, like I keep on hearing like that lack of apology. I keep on, and I don't know what this is about because they keep on telling me that it has to do with you and another person. The lack of apology is all you need to see in relationality to the context of someone saying like, I shouldn't have done that, like I didn't realize it was a sore subject, versus someone saying, you got to get used to it if you want to be around me. And they're basically saying, you don't need to get used to anything. Like you don't need to get used. I mean, it's not about getting used to things. It's about recognizing and honoring each other's boundaries. And so if someone's saying like, remember when someone's saying like, you're too sensitive, what they're really saying is get used to it. Right? This is not something I'm working and willing to work on. I'm trying to say that you're the energetic problem. And the thing is, the message I'm coming through is you don't have to get used to anything. Yeah. You know, and don't let someone come back to you if they hurt your feelings and say, have you gotten over it yet? You're never over it. If someone owes you an apology and they come back and you're still waiting for it and they try to gloss over it, like it's not picky unless it's important, right? So the ability to articulate, make sure that you're telling someone if you feel like you need an apology, and make sure you're receiving one in kind. Because I keep on hearing, you know, like that energy that says, let's just forget about it. Like, let's act like it never happened. That's how it happens again. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Heather. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing, the list is now closed, but we are moving on to one card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber and would like a card pulled, you can put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you hit the subscribe button, and I will pull, and you can also have a card pulled. I'm also going to take a minute to read over some of Heather's comments as I was reading. All right. Oh, that's great. I love that you guys are finding connections here. That's amazing. You're so welcome, Heather. If the one person, hold on, if that one person doesn't come back, um, oh, I'm not, yeah, I'm not sure if I have time right now, Ruby. Um, but thank you. I love the Discord channels. I will also say, Ruby, if you need, if you like, we can also take that offline if you need a reading, because I might be available later tonight as well. All right, and thank you for the follow, Cassandra. What does what mean, Visa 477? Taurus North Node. I like a Taurus North Node. It's a good place. I feel like Taurus North Node is good. But the list is closed right now, Addison. We're doing one cards. Joking, but really, it's like the energy that's like it's only a joke if you get sensitive. If not, it's testing boundaries kind of thing. You know? Yeah, testing boundaries with jokes, lacks emotional maturity. Exactly, Addison. That's what I was seeing. All right, hold on a minute. And thank you, Endo, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Yes, exactly. Pretending like it never happened. All right. And thank you again, Heather. And I keep on hearing like you're allowed to ask for apologies for things you feel are in need of a apology. Because I keep on hearing like an apology is a plan in terms of being able to recognize like what like what like the fact of like it not happening again. Right. And that's why I keep on hearing, let's just pretend it never happened isn't an apology. All right. One card for Addison on love, please. It's transverse. Make sure you're being clear on what you're looking for so that you can find it. Like, I feel like this is like you clearing your throat chakra and learning how to speak towards your needs right now. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Like it when you have come into the space of feeling confident to express what it is that you want, you're able to find it. Like it's like don't and again, like bring that confidence with you, right? Because sometimes I keep on seeing like I feel like there's someone who wants to have that conversation with you, but they're afraid to take the first step, Like it's feeling to me like someone who's not trying to be too pushy, like, like almost like waiting for you to like, like it's like waiting for you to like break the ice. It's giving me like a little bit of icebreaker energy. One card for Whitney. The opposite of Addison's reading. You don't have to tell everyone your business. It's not business. Don't feel like you need to tell everybody your business. Your business is your business. Like bottom of the deck. Yeah, like just be patient on something right now. Don't panic. Just stay energetically consistent in relationality to a decision you made. V, one message for my ancestors, please. Um, you, they're in alignment with what you're doing. They just never had an ability to do it in the way that you're doing it. You know, like that. Like that's the thing about it. Like they're saying that you're not the first. You're just the first. Like you're the first person to speak confidently on it. Is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, like I keep on hearing that. Um, like I feel like you have to take the context of something from the past in relationality to the fear another person was experiencing, right? Like I just keep on seeing that there. Like there's something about being able, um, I keep on seeing the gift we give each other is confidence, and the more confidence we are, like the more we're able to build into that. Like I just keep on seeing like there's something beautiful about your ancestors that say they were never as brave as you were because they just see you like navigating a situation with like a lot of bravery. Um, thank you as well. One card for Theo. I have a card of advice on how to handle my parents. Oof. um, like I keep on hearing, like recognize the difference between a productive conversation and a non-productive conversation. Um, you know, there's something about what I'm seeing here that has to do with I keep on hearing, remember you're seeing two people trying to make peace with their decisions, is what I'm hearing. And I keep on seeing that, like, that ability of saying to another, like recognizing that you're seeing two people trying to make peace with their decisions. Sometimes they're not as adaptable because often when they reach that point and you show them something and they've made decisions upon something that you're showing them that they realize that they might be wrong about, it can shake their own energetic foundation because it then says, well, if I was wrong about that, well, what was that? What was that? What was all that other stuff? Right. So remember, I keep on hearing, I feel like a lot of their guardedness has to do with fear, but a lot of that fear is almost like they're navigating the fear of, like, there's something about the reason that you're bringing to them that might make them a little bit like the context by which they've been making choices. It feels like you're, like, I keep on hearing, like, it's a lot of that anxiety as it relates to having to, when we're not in a space that we feel strong about our decisions, we feel more triggered when another person, like, speaks. Like, I keep on saying, like, I keep on hearing someone say, we did the best we can. We did the best we can with what we knew. And so your ability to kind of, I see, like, recognize that and kind of offer them a different perspective, but also having empathy for, you know, their own choices, if you will. I almost feel like there's something about that that, um, you know, I'm almost, it's interesting. It almost says to me, like, think about them almost like children, right? Because I do feel like there's something, um, like, about that you can say, like, look, like, you had the opportunity to make a new choice, is what I keep on hearing. Like, the opportunity to make a new choice is always there every moment. If you'll just embrace it, is what I keep on hearing. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, and Theo. All right. One card for V. Oh, you already did V's reading. Did I get your card, Whitney? I think I did. General, please. One card for Ella, General. Go for it. What are you waiting for? This is Mars and Leo. Speak from your heart, right? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, don't be don't be reactive, right? But, like, if you're not being reactive, if you're being intentional, if you're paying attention and you're trying to move something into, like, a place of, I keep on seeing, um stability or security. Like, I almost see you, like, working in that context of recognizing, like, I feel like you're losing time for others, like, for others volatility, and that's okay. Like, you can say to us, like, look, being confident in the self is saying, like, look, respectfully, you can't speak to me that way. Like, it's not having to be conditional in terms of what you're experiencing. Ooh, Susie. Absolutely. I love that question. One card in that connection, please. Um, Relationships built on intention take work. Relationships built on intention take work. It's interesting because they're saying that there's a lot of messages that come through as it relates to chivalry and the space of understanding that you can't force a healthy connection. You can't force a healthy relationship. It's all about, there's a lot of energetic um, messages coming through as it relates to surrender, which is like when you surrender, you leave yourself open to possibility, right? But remembering, surrendering isn't giving up. It's accepting like accepting the circumstances as they are that allows you to be able to ascend from them. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, and it's interesting too because they're saying it in the context of remembering, and I keep on hearing a relationship. I keep on hearing a good relationship can thrive under any condition. Is what I keep on hearing. A good relationship, a good like the right energetic connection can thrive under any condition. It's not conditional on the circumstances that you find. It's how you arrive to the circumstances that shows where the love is. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Susie. One card for Bridget, please, on the dream. The numbers. I keep on hearing their coordinates. I mean, if I don't know if that helps, they're saying their coordinates. Yeah, they're saying their coordinates. They're not, they're saying I keep on hearing their coordinates. I've connected with him recently. That's beautiful, Susie. You're so welcome, Heather. Alexandra, one card about the timing issue in regard with F. I feel like they have to get to some point of accomplishment before they can have something. But that's the thing. Ambition will block us from everything. A relationship does not burden your path of progress. It can amplify it, you know? Bottom of the deck. Yeah. I feel like there's someone's like, I can't have this until I have that. No, like you have things when you're ready for them. And I keep on hearing a good relationship, like much like this reads into Susie's reading. Like a good relationship can thrive under any condition. It's not conditional on how you arrive to it. These are one card readings, user 477, if you'd like to become a subscriber. Card for creative on why N is antagonizing me. I mean, I feel like they were, we do what we say what we need, and we do what we say, and we don't say things to get our way. I feel like someone was not expecting you to zig when they zagged. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Again, when you do something expecting another person to do something, you're going to be surprised, right? We say what we mean, we do what we say, we don't say things to get our way. And I keep on seeing someone like said something hyperbolically that they're recognizing that you took honestly, because why wouldn't you? Chrissy, one card regarding connection, please. I mean, I see someone really trying to recognize and identify what's important to them. I feel like I have someone going through some kind of, I feel like someone's having some kind of crisis of priorities in relationship to what they want or where they're going. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Chrissy, and thank you for being a subscriber. Hold on a minute. And Untamed, thank you for sharing the live. All right, you're welcome, Ella. One card for Hayden for Ruby, please. I keep on seeing someone, like speaking of which, I see someone trying to find meaning, but it says to me, like, I keep on hearing this is catch-up energy. Like I keep on seeing this energy that says I've got, like, I'm trying to create a life worth living. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. I feel like someone's really deep in the sense of not wanting to be a burden to another. Thank you as well for sharing the live, Untamed. Let me get my compass out. These energies, I'll definitely ask a question. I accept the reading and claim the energy for my highest good, love and light. Tap to claim, Susie. Estevan, one card highest, please. What's for you is ahead of you. The best is yet to come. That's your mantra this week. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. The past is a library, not an armory. Your mantra this week is the best is yet to come. You're so welcome, Alexandra. They seem to be keeping busy, but our hangouts are not something to squeeze in. Tap to claim. Absolutely. Oh, Jennifer. I'm looking for Jessica. I thought Jessica got on the list. That might be my mistake if I wrote Jessica instead of Jennifer. I apologize to Jessica or Jennifer who's on the list. I've actually run out of time right now. But if you could message me, I will either put you on the list for a reading tomorrow on Wednesday when we're back, or we can arrange to move that into a private reading. So if you could email me at Strega at the place. Yes, you're on the list. Yes, Jennifer, apologies. We were looking, I think we were looking for you. I think I wrote down Jessica instead. That was my mistake, if that's the case. I need to step away because I have to do a private. So what I would like to ask of you is if you can email me, I can either add you on the list for Wednesday or we can move that into a private reading. So if you could email me at Strega at mail with the G in it, we can go, I can make sure that we'll definitely have you have that reading. And thank you, Sarum, for the follow. My friends, we've reached the conclusion of the reads for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you missed the daily collective read, it'll be up later today on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. You're so welcome, Bridget. I want to give you guys, we will be back on Wednesday. If you'd like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile. There's a little bell there. Activating that bell will let you know about my notifications. You can also register directly for the event on Wednesday. If you just joined as a subscriber, welcome. Please join us over on the Discord. And actually, Jennifer, if you could reach out to me on the Discord, that would be perfect. I can give you the reading there. I want to give a huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Yes, absolutely, Jennifer, or find me over on the Discord. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for spending your afternoon with me. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. For anyone asking who's a subscriber, I do have a private I have to move into right now, but I will be back on Wednesday. Also, if you're a subscriber who didn't have a card pulled today, if you want to personally, if you want to DM me in the Discord, I can try to pull that card for you. I hope you guys have a beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. Jennifer, it should be available to you in your subscriber benefits if you look on the clock app. Okay. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we will do this again on Wednesday. Have a beautiful day, everyone. And you're welcome. And Theo, have a beautiful day as well.